Good morning. We want to welcome you to the June 21st meeting of the Interim Finance Committee. It's good to have everybody here, and it took us a couple extra minutes to get going. We've got people here, we've got people online, and we've got people in Las Vegas. So it's going to be an interesting meeting. So welcome. We are going to begin by calling roll. So if we could have Mr. Weber take the roll.
Assemblyman Hafen. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Here.
Assemblywoman Kasama.
Here.
Assemblyman Levitt. Assemblywoman Marzola.
Here.
Assemblyman C.H. Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Here.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Here.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Here.
Vice Chair Carlton.
Here.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Hammond.
Here.
Senator Hardy.
Here.
Senator Harris.
Here.
Senator Neal.
Here.
Senator Tatro.
Here.
Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you. And if you would mark Assemblywoman Titus absent, excused, please. A couple of reminders. I know we always remember this, but especially when you forget, then you really remember to mute or turn off your electronic devices. Also, those that are on Zoom, keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. Also, members that are attending virtually, keep your cameras on so the accurate count can be taken when voting. And we are, it's going to take us a couple seconds when we do the votes because we got to go to 3 different things. So everybody be patient on that. Also, we have a long agenda today, and so it is my intention to take a lunch break, probably around 12:30, and wherever a good breaking point is right in that period of time. And so it's good to be here, and grateful for the opportunity to serve, and we're going to have some fun here for the next few months. So with that, we're going to begin with public comment. So we're going to be taking public comment in person first. So we're going to start for anybody that wishes to give public comment here in Carson City. If you'd come forward, and there's 4 seats there, so go ahead and fill them all up. After we are done here, we will go to Las Vegas if anyone wishes to give public comment in Las Vegas. So you could go ahead and queue up there if you want, and then we'll go to anybody that's online. So, and just a reminder on public comment, you'll be limited to not more than 2 minutes. If you do wish to call in, dial 669-900-6833, which is a meeting ID 854-1637-7678, and press pound. So if you go online, you can get that. So if you're calling in, I'm giving you a heads up now, so because there's like a 30-second delay. So by the time we get to you, you'll have an opportunity. So with that, we'll go ahead. So here in Carson City. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Robin Reedy. I'm the Executive Director of NAMI Nevada. That is the National Alliance on Mental Illness here in the state of Nevada. And this is the first time I've actually physically been here since COVID, so it feels really, really strange, but I'm happy to be here with my gray hair and almost pajamas, but I thought maybe I would step it up from my pajama mode. We support, we educate, And we try to make sure that all the policies are working policies for the citizens of Nevada, for the families of people who experience mental health conditions. We are here to support the appropriation of monies to those issues. Our advocacy includes housing, medication barriers, decriminalizing mental health. These are issues that affect everyone in this state. And while we are having a resurgence of people interested in mental health, I am hoping that these ARPA funds go for big money ticket items, for the infrastructure that we can't afford in regular times, and so that we can then continue on in maintaining them with our regular revenue that comes in. I hope and pray that this is what will happen through IFC, through our next session, and I thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Push the button. You have to push the button.
Hello, my name is Abby. At 4 years old, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I experienced manic episodes with rapid cycling. I had so much anxiety and anger all at once. By middle school, the mania turned to depression. I was bullied by other students, which led to binge eating. I went to multiple schools promising resources and support that never materialized. At one particular school, the principal called me in every day to tell me I was hopeless and helpless. If you're emotionally abused every day, you start to believe what you hear is true. She broke my spirit, and I tried to commit suicide at 10 years old. My family was devastated. The right kind of support and resources are almost impossible to find. My mother advocated fighting for support and resources that never giving up on me. County services are impossible to access on your own. Everyone fights for services and resources needed. For example, my IEP Individualized Education Program contained homeschooling to ease bullying and anxiety. I learned coping skills. The ones that helped the most were art, poetry, and singing. Medication gave me the ability to get up and want to live my life. It took a lot of time to find that inner strength. I still battle bipolar every day. My past does not define me anymore. I want to support those who are struggling. There can be better days ahead. I support the governor's request for $20 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here in Carson City wishing to give public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Let's go down to Las Vegas. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to give public comment, if you'll come forward. I think there's two seats, at least two seats there. I'm not seeing anyone coming forward there. Senator Hardy, is that accurate? Nobody's coming forward?
No one's forward, thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's, BPS, if you would bring up the first caller online.
Thank you, Chair. To give public comment, please raise hand in your Zoom window or *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Julia Reedy, and I am the Director of Director of Programs and Projects at the Washoe County Health District. I'm also serving as the Chair of the Washoe Regional Behavioral Health Board. I will have to say that the board, due to the timing of this meeting agenda, was not able to take a position, so I'm here speaking for myself. I say a warm hello to all of you and would like to testify in support of items H17, 18, and 20. I wanted to spend particular time and emphasis on the support for the crisis stabilization centers. As many of you we'll recall from the last legislative session, there was a lot of work done to help build the foundation to reform our behavioral health response system. We want to move from a system that is purely EMS based, where we're rolling law enforcement, ambulances, fire trucks, and instead to a system where we have a behavioral health response. That system will include a high-touch, high-tech call center where you have a place to call with text, chat, and phone capabilities. It will include mobile crisis teams where we can respond to where you might be experiencing a crisis, and importantly for today's agenda items, crisis stabilization centers that will divert individuals from emergency rooms and jails into a warm living room model where individuals can interact with behavioral health professionals. In the last legislative session, we did significant work around long-term sustainable funding through Medicaid rate. A significant portion of the operating costs can be funded by payers. Where there is a gap, we passed SB 390, which will create a fee on phone lines, which will help to fill in any gaps in funding in their crisis response system. Where we have a barrier to standing up the crisis stabilization centers is those startup costs. And the $20 million that you have on your agenda today would help us get across that barrier. I wholeheartedly support this effort. It is going to have a significant impact both in improving the lives of individuals as well as reducing the costs in a system that is very expensive when you're using emergency rooms and jails. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate anything that you can do to support these agenda items.
Thank you, Senator Reedy. It's always good to hear from you. Let's go to the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Deshaun Jackson. I serve as the Director of Children's Safety and Welfare Policy with the Children's Advocacy Alliance. I'm calling in support of children's initiatives. It is important to invest in the lives of young people across the state of Nevada. And so as you all start to deliberate and think about a lot of the funding, we ask that you truly invest in the lives of those young people, specifically those in foster care that are in need. September 30th, the increase that the stipend that fosteries get will end. And so we're asking that you really support a lot of those initiatives put forth by Administrator Pitlock and so many more that are in support of really saving and investing in the lives of young people across the state. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Hello, I am Steve Schell, Vice President of Behavioral Health for Renowned Health, the largest health system in Northern Nevada. I am also the Board President for NAMI Nevada, the statewide office for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. During my 12 years in Nevada, our state has remained in last place for mental health in the United States. It is imperative that we finally improve this ranking in order for all Nevadans to receive the mental health treatment and support they deserve. The creation of crisis stabilization centers throughout Nevada will divert individuals away from emergency rooms and jails that we know are not appropriate treatment environments for individuals that are in a crisis related to mental health and/or addiction. We now have an outstanding opportunity to increase access to care for individuals who are in crisis and to ensure they are connected to the right resources at the right time. I strongly encourage the committee to approve items H17 and H18 for the transfer of $20 million to the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral Health, for the creation of crisis stabilization centers. And I also strongly encourage the approval of item H20 for $10 million to provide crisis triage, residential treatment, and inpatient care. All of these services are vitally necessary to move all areas of our state forward and take better care of the mental health needs of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Good morning. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. Unfortunately, there's no sugarcoating it. The state of public education is dire. For decades, Nevada has ranked near the bottom of states in education funding and quality. Now, with the additional challenges of the last 2 years, we have an unprecedented shortage of educators to teach our kids and make our schools run. As presented to the Interim Education Committee last week, educator departures from the Clark County School District this year hit record levels. CCSD alone lists over 2,100 vacant positions, with 1,500 of those licensed. Nevada needs bold action to address this crisis. It's time to adequately fund public education in Nevada. It's time to respect and retain our experienced educators. It's time for 20. As you consider moving $200 million today to address the impacts of quote unquote learning loss, we would ask you to consider even bolder action to address the impact of educator loss in our schools. The operational impacts of the educator shortage in Nevada will make it impossible for schools to deliver adequate education, no less doing that while catching students up from the last 2 years. Time for 20 means a 20% increase in educator pay and at least $20 an hour for the workers who make our schools run. Time for 20 means reaching an average class size of 20 students. This is the right-sized response to our educator shortage and will get educators the pay they need to make ends meet. One-time retention bonuses are a nice gesture, but as prices are climbing faster than at any point in the last 40 years, with CPI now at 8.3%, Nevada needs to get serious about raises for educators that keep up with the long-term cost of living. Even when inflation comes down, prices and the cost of living almost always goes up. In addition to unspent rescue plan dollars, the Economic Forum received a report from Fiscal Analysis Division showing state revenue outperforming projections by 25% or close to $800 million. This news comes as our education system is hemorrhaging staff. Educators and our students need bold action, and Nevada has the resources to make a big impact right now. It's time for 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Kent Irvin, K-E-N-T-E-R-V-I-N, State President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, representing professional employees at Nevada's public colleges and universities. I would like to echo the written public comments of Janelle Woodward and other AFSCME members. The state urgently needs to address its dire staffing problems by paying back furloughs, restoring benefits, and providing adequate cost of living adjustment COLAs. A large portion of the ARPA funds are specifically targeted for restoring budget cuts due to revenue losses, which applies to furloughs and benefits cuts. The Economic Forum report shows that state revenues for FY 2022 are $800 million in excess of the forecast through March. Yet state employees have not been made whole from the pandemic budget cuts. The proposal to reimburse furloughs is appreciated, but waiting until fiscal year 2024 to reimburse state employees for furlough cuts from spring 2021 just doesn't make sense to most state employees. On July 1st, state employees who are not in bargaining units, including NSHE professional employees who do not even have collective bargaining rights under state law, will receive only a 1% COLA, the first increase since July of 2019. Inflation from July 2019 through May 2022 was 14.3%. We are losing. Employees can't afford to continue working for the state. At NSHE, we are losing early career faculty members to positions in other states because they cannot afford high rents and because benefits are substandard. At the Public Employees Benefits Program, 26% of their positions are vacant, and their call center wasn't able to answer phones in a timely manner during open enrollment. When will we act to restore benefits to pre-pandemic levels, and when will state employees' wages be made competitive? Until then, state services will continue to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Jonathan Norman. I'm the Policy Director for the Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers. Our coalition is made up of VARN, Northern Nevada Legal Services, Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada, and the Senior Law Program. We are in support of agenda items H17, 18, 19, and H20. In child welfare, we provide direct legal representation to thousands of children in foster care. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed just how frail our system for providing mental health services to children in need is. Foster children cycle through congregate care settings like Child Haven in Clark County, to detention, to acute hospitalization, and back. Congregate care facilities such as Child Haven are designed as emergency shelters for children, ideally as a 24 to 72-hour placement while an appropriate placement is located. However, they are functioning as a warehouse for our foster children with some of the highest mental health needs. Children are stabilized after an acute hospitalization and are then placed back at Child Haven, where they inevitably deteriorate. Setting designed to house children for an amount of time best measured in hours is housing children for months and months. Children who need residential care are sent out of state to long-term residential treatment centers as far away as Detroit because we have no local options. Those same children, upon discharge, find themselves once again back in Nevada in an inappropriate placement with inappropriate services because we lack children's mental health system with appropriate step-downs. So a child will often transition from RTC to Child Haven or a similar setting. It is critical that we build out infrastructure to provide the appropriate level of care for children. It takes leadership at all levels to create meaningful change, and I want to acknowledge the hard work and collaboration and leadership of Dr. Pitlock and the entire DHS team in bringing community partners into the conversation. I also want to thank this committee, and items H17, 18, 19, and 20 are important to our clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Hello, my name is Sonia Whitten. I am a state employee and also a member of AFSCME Local 4041. I'm asking the members of the IFC committee to work with Governor Sisolak to use ARP funds to reimburse the furloughs that we took last year now. I feel that it is unreasonable for state of Nevada employees to continue to wait to be made whole. We've never been made whole from the last recession, and the money is there now and available to make state of Nevada employees whole so that we are not constantly the last ones to be considered. We are always the first when budget cuts are being made. We are always on the chopping block. So please consider making state of Nevada whole and restore the furloughs that were taken. I would also ask that you use whatever funding is available to make PEB more affordable because healthcare costs have skyrocketed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Good morning, distinguished chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Dr. Tiffany Tyler Garner, and I'm calling on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance to implore you to consider and approve several critical investments proposed for children and families, including items H17 through 20, as well as 30 and 31, at a time when we have children languishing in our emergency rooms and parents surrendering their children to the child welfare system in hopes of securing mental health services or care. You can make a difference today by approving those items and beginning the hard work of lift of shoring up our children's mental health system, investing in child care so that we can support recovery, as well as thinking about some of our children who have found themselves in the breach, particularly those transitioning from the child welfare system during the middle of the pandemic into adulthood. We thank you for your leadership and your consideration this morning and hope that you will make the bold declaration of investing in these critical supports. Help us move forward as a state. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller.
Once again, if you'd like to give public comment, please press raise hand in your Zoom window or *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good morning. This is Dan Musgrove, and I apologize for not being there in person. Just tested negative for COVID just a few days ago. So anyway, it's good to talk to all of you. I want to say good morning to the Interim Finance Committee. I'm wearing a number of hats this morning. Past chair of the Clark County Children's Mental Health Consortium. I'm also a member of the Clark County Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board on behalf of hospitals, and I also represent the Valley Health System of Hospitals. And I just want to thank the previous comments by Senator Reedy, others, Tiffany Garner with Children's Advocacy Alliance, and many others who spoke on the important items of age 17, 18, 19, and 20. It's so important that these items be approved. It lays the foundation for an entire system of health care when it comes to mental health and behavioral health. You know, it affects children, youth, and families, and we've got to have this crisis stabilization programs in place. And especially, this hasn't been mentioned, as 988 comes into effect July 1, we have to have places for people to go and families and children to go, or there will be a breakdown in the system that we've seen for many, many years. And so I just so appreciate the work that all of HHS, under the direction of Director Whitley and his leadership, whether it's Department of Public and Behavioral Health with Dr. Woodard, whether it's Cindy Pitlock, Dr. Pitlock with DCFS, Dr. Megan Freeman, as well as the governor's office, and now this legislature. And truly, this is generationally transformational money that ARPA could potentially put into the mental health system. And it's what we need as a state and to serve our constituents. And I think it's also important that we look at item number 25 as we look to do external quality review of our managed care organizations. As we know, the managed care organizations, especially in Clark and Washoe, have a great deal of work dealing with the behavioral health programs and those that are impacted. And so it's important that we make sure that they too are following system of care, looking at all the things that we need to provide for our folks that are impacted by behavioral health issues. So very supportive of what the legislature has in front of us today when it comes to behavioral health, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hope you're feeling better. Let's go to the next caller.
Caller with the last three digits of 653, you're unmuted and you may begin.
Good morning, everyone. Happy first day of summer. This is Dorothy Martinez. I represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. I would like to second everybody, I agree with what the prior calls and public comment are said. I don't know who needs to hear this. We are blind. And when people are saying item 17, item 8, you guys' agenda is not accessible to people who are blind. So I'm on it and I'm trying to see item 17, item 8, 31. I don't know which one is what. So I would extend a hand to, I think it's a new LCB director, Elaine Erdos, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing her name, to reach out, or I can reach out to her and make the agendas standardized and all agendas that come out for the public information accessible for all. It is 2022. Americans with Disabilities Act is in its 32nd year. And I would really love it if state of Nevada is accessible for all. So people like myself who are teaching the K-12 kids to navigate the legislative and learn how to be an advocate for themselves will be able to learn and navigate and be able to call in and make their voice heard. I appreciate you, Chair Dennis, and Vice Chair Carlton, and everyone for hearing me out. Thank you and take care.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And yeah, please feel free to reach out to Ms. Erdos on that issue. Okay, let's go to the next caller.
If you have recently joined the call and would like to give public comment, please press raise hand in your Zoom window or star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to thank all of you that have given public comment this morning. Just a reminder that we will have public comment also at the end of the meeting. We'll now go to actually, I'm going to take items C, D, and E together. C is the minutes of the December 9th, 2021 meeting. D is the minutes of the December 21st, 2021. And E is the approval of minutes from the February 9th, 2022. Do any of the members have any corrections or questions or comments?
Seeing none, I'd like to make a motion to approve, Chair.
Okay, I'm not hearing any, and I do have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdigi. I have a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, that was here. Let me go back now. All of those are online. If to say aye, just raise your hands. I think we can see that. Okay. And anyone wishing to vote nay? And then down in Las Vegas, Senator, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, the motion passes. We will now go to item number F, work program revisions in accordance with NRS 353.2205B. This is an informational only item, and it's something, it's required expeditious action within 15 days. So no vote is needed on this one. There are only 2 work programs on the list. If no members have questions, then we can move on. But anybody have any questions here, online, or down in Las Vegas? Just raise your hand if you do, and I'll see. Or get on the mic and just tell me. But okay, I'm not seeing anybody asking any questions. So we will then move on to item number G, which is the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and remaining reserve balances within the COVID-19 relief program's budget. We have Mr. Leiser here to present. So let's go to Mr. Leiser.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Carlton, members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, I am Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I'm presenting Agenda Item G, which is the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and remaining reserve balances. The statement can be found in Volume 1 of the meeting packet, beginning with the summary sheet on page 251. There are no changes to the format or layout compared to the statement presented at the May 5th meeting of the committee. If all items submitted for consideration today, which total $171.4 million, are approved by the committee, the remaining balance of unobligated funds for the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds would be approximately $1.1 billion, as displayed toward the bottom of the summary sheet. Pages 252 through 254 detail the obligations approved to date, and the items submitted for consideration by the committee today begin on page 255. There are 32 work programs within List H and 1 action item under Agenda Item P relating to coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. While the committee may hear details on several of the items today, I will briefly summarize the requests for consideration. There's approximately $1.6 million to continue staffing within the governor's office and governor's finance office to administer ARPA funding, $5.1 million to facilitate 5 requests to allocate funds under the Nonprofit Community Recovery Grant Program, $8.8 million to support intermittent positions at the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation to address a backlog of unemployment insurance claims, as well as a request to move $7.8 million from reserves within the Dieter budget to continue the implementation efforts of the Unemployment Insurance Information System modernization. There's 7 requests totaling $4.7 million to allocate funds from the $100 million set aside for state agencies, $75.9 million for the Department of Agriculture to provide universal free school meals, $50 million to provide child care subsidies for families, $20 million to establish behavioral health crisis stabilization centers, and $10 million to bridge and provide crisis triage services while the stabilization centers are being established. And a request to move $200 million authorized and previously obligated through Assembly Bill 495 from reserves for the Department of Education to grant funding to augment programs addressing learning loss due to the pandemic. On pages 257 through 260 is the breakdown statement for select obligations of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. I would note that there are 6 items on page 259 under the section for allocations of the $100 million in authority for state agencies that were approved by the governor's office and did not require approval of the IFC as indicated on the statement. These 6 items are on the list with dates of May 6th through June 8th, 2022. As displayed on page 260 of your meeting packet, considering allocations previously approved by the Interim Finance Committee and approved by the Governor's Office, if all 7 requests for allocations are approved today by the committee, there would be approximately $55.9 million in remaining authority to obligate under the $100 million that the committee authorized for allocations to state agencies. And Chair Dennis, that concludes my remarks.
Okay, I know he just went through a lot of things there. Any questions that we might have? I know that we have Susan Brown here, State Budget Director. I have one question. Maybe you could answer that for me. Good morning.
Good morning.
So the one question I have is, it's my understanding that this is your last meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We want to take the opportunity to thank you for your service. I know you've been the State Budget Director for a few years and been with the state for many years on financial issues, and know I've had an opportunity to work with you many times. And so I just wanted to, I don't know where in the agenda we would have had the opportunity to do this, so I thought this would be the perfect time to bring you up. So thank you for all the work that you do, and hopefully you have some great things planned as you move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. All right, and anybody have questions for her while she's there? We can grill her. No, okay. Thank you very much. All right, there's nothing to vote on this one, so we will now move on to, I'm going to ask Mr. Thorley to go over items in list H, I, and S that have been pulled for the discussions. And after he's done, if you have any that you wish to pull, I haven't received anything, but if you have, well, at that point, I'll ask for those. So, Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin with List H, which is the approval of work program revisions for the expenditure of ARPA coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. The first item on List H that has been identified to be pulled for discussion is H15, and that will be heard jointly with H16, Department of Agriculture, Nutrition, Education Programs. The next four items that will be pulled for discussion are H17, H18, H19, and H20, all on page 4 of List H. All four of those items, H17, 18, 19, and 20, will be heard together. Next, on page 5 of List H, item 23, Department of Education COVID-19 funding has been identified to be pulled for discussion. And then lastly, on the bottom of page 6 and top of page 7 of List H, items 30 and 31, Department of Health and Human Services, Welfare and Supportive Services. Those will be heard jointly and have been identified to be pulled for discussion. And those are all the items on List H. I'll move now to List I, which is approval of gifts, grants, work program revisions, and position changes not associated with ARPA coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. On page 4 of List I is the first item, I-19, Department of Education COVID-19 funding. That will be pulled for discussion. Moving on to page 10 of List I. At the bottom of page 10, number 59, Department of Business and Industry Housing Division, account for low-income housing. That will be pulled for discussion. Then on to page 13. And on to the following pages, there are a handful of items that will be heard together. So items 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, and 98 will all be heard together. So again, that's 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, and 98. The last item, that's it for items on List I. But the last thing I would like to note is on page 25 of List I, item 136, Department of Public Safety Investigation Division. That item was withdrawn on June 17th, which was after the agenda for this meeting had already been posted. So it's not noted on the list that it's been withdrawn, but that item, I-136, has been withdrawn. And that's it for the items on List I. On List S, which is the informational items list, on page 3 of the list, the last item, number 17, Economic Forum report regarding the Economic Forum meeting concluded on June 10th, 2022. That will be pulled for discussion. And those are all the items, Mr. Chair, in List H, I, and S.
Okay, so any other ones that anyone wishes to pull? I'll give you a second here. Look through your notes. Anyone online? Let's see. I'm not hearing anyone wishing to pull any additional. Okay, so Let's see. Okay, any questions, any additional ones? Okay, so I'm going to have Assemblywoman Howdigy is going to give a motion so that we can approve these.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve all other items that were not pulled under H&I, Chair.
All right, we have a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Any online, raise your hand. And down in Las Vegas, Senator Hardy.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any here, any online? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you very much. So we're going to take just, well, we don't really need to take a break because it's not full, but if anybody that was here for their items and we just passed those, you're welcome to leave, but you can stay with us and enjoy the day if you want. All right. So we're going to go then to, let's go to H first, and I believe we're going to go to H 15 and 16, Office of the Governor COVID-19 Relief Programs. And I think we have Jennifer Ott, Director of Department of Agriculture, as well as the Division Administrator, the GFO, and others. And in addition, we also have the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Joan Ebert. So if there's, as we get through and we have questions, we'll bring them up. So welcome, good morning, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Would you like me to make a brief statement, or do you want to go straight to questions?
Go ahead, you could make a,
okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you all so much for hearing this work program today. As you all are aware, this past spring, Congress chose not to pass the waivers or the fundings that allow for universal school meals to continue for this next school year, which left many of Nevada's children, almost 50% of Nevada's children, without a guaranteed school meal for this next school year. Through the $75 million that is in front of you today, it allows the Department of Agriculture to offer one more school year of free school meals to the children in Nevada, allowing them, especially in these uncertain times, to have a little bit of certainty on nutrition and food in their lives. So we are grateful that you're hearing this today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, as we go, any questions? We're going to start with Assemblywoman Miller.
Yes, thank you for that, Chair. And so with this, the question is, so you explained that there will not be an automatic, so that we now are required to submit applications on eligibility to identify the eligibility of our families. Is that correct? In order to receive reimbursement from the USDA?
No. So the funding, if approved today, will be there, and every child will get a meal. We are still requesting that schools work through the free and reduced lunch meal application process because USDA will still cover the FRL, free and reduced lunch. And so basically, the more that we can get USDA to cover, the less of the ARPA funds that we're asking for today will be needed. And so we are asking for those applications to still be submitted. One, because then USDA will cover that portion, but also two, to help our schools to get in, back into the, basically highlighting it in the application process, for future school years.
Follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead.
So, thank you for that. Can you explain how can you ensure that families will, because it's been a while since this process has occurred. So how will you ensure that the families are filling out the applications, that the school districts are requiring it, meeting the deadlines and as such, in order to ensure that those reimbursements are taking place and the weight of it isn't on the ARPA funds or ultimately the state?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Miller. For the record, my name is Joan Ebert. I serve as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. So as this transition has occurred, Director Ott and myself have met with all of the superintendents multiple times to make sure that they fully understand the shift. Again, the superintendents, the schools, and especially on behalf of our children, we're thankful that you're considering this. The work and the lift is, as you noted, it's a shift from the last 2 years. And so making sure that we're using our parent involvement, that every single open house, that its information is provided in multiple languages, all of that work that we've done in the past, or the school districts have done in the past, not only taking that work, but amplifying it in a different way because we have so many more students that do qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we will continue to work, actually, and I've already started the work, those families that are receiving access and support now, making sure that they understand and that paperwork is completed in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a question from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Did your question get answered, or do you still have a question?
I still have a question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Actually, 2 questions. So as Miller noted, prior to the pandemic, we had a number of schools first that were, all the students received free or reduced lunch at those schools. What will happen at those schools would be my first question. Will those parents who didn't have to do paperwork before the pandemic now have to do paperwork, submit paperwork? And then my second question is, because parents throughout the pandemic didn't have to do the paperwork, we know there's a lot of families for whatever reason or not may not submit that paperwork, and therefore they would make it difficult for the district to get the information. If they don't obtain that paperwork or submit the eligibility applications for those families, has there been any consideration made to require the districts to pay for the difference in the cost between the reduced price or paid meal?
Thank you very much for your question, through you, Chair. Jennifer Ott, for the record. To answer your first question, there were schools and districts prior to the pandemic that were receiving free meals. That's called Community Eligibility Provision. It's a program through USDA where once a school or a district meets a certain threshold, the school or the district or even the county could be considered CEP, and they will get free school meals, both breakfast and lunch. So that program still exists. Our nutrition staff for the last several years and even during the pandemic has been working with schools to enroll in that CEP, Community Eligibility Program, knowing that, eventually this would happen. So we're continuing to work on that progress and build on the progress that we've made. Currently 453 schools in the state are CEP eligible, and this program here in front of you today does not alter that. They will still be CEP through USDA. As far as, I believe, your second question about schools picking up the cost, that is what's in front of you today, is that the free meal is reimbursed by USDA. The reduced meal will be reimbursed by USDA and the funds from ARPA in front of you today, and the paid meal will be reimbursed through the ARPA program. So there will not be an additional burden on the schools, and we're actually making significant effort in our computer program to ensure that that doesn't happen. We want this to be seamless. We want the students to not know the difference, that they are going to be able to come to school and get a meal no matter what, and the schools do not have to go through additional work. That is absolutely one of our goals.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so actually, if the districts do not submit the applications, who picks up the cost there if those applications are not submitted? Because this funding would go for those schools that did submit the applications, if I'm understanding it correctly. And if I'm not, please let me know.
Jennifer Ott, for the record, by applications, do you mean the free and reduced lunch applications, or is that what you're referring to? Okay, so the purpose of the free and reduced lunch application is to determine the eligibility of which then USDA will be reimbursing. So the difference is between the funding from USDA and the funding from the program in front of you.
I still think we have a miscommunication, but I'm going to let someone else ask the question.
Thank you. And maybe I can clarify a little bit. So we've got these meals that are being provided, and what you have mentioned is that you use ARPA funds to make up the difference. But if they don't fill out the application for the free and reduced lunch, then the full amount gets reimbursed from the ARPA funds. So I think what the question was that since if they were to fill that out, then there would be less of a reimbursement that has to come from the ARPA funds, and there would be ARPA funds available for other things. Does that make sense?
Jennifer Ott, for the record, yes, Chairman, you should be sitting here. Yes. So as Superintendent Ebert had mentioned, using this program to work with the schools, work with parents to make sure that those forms are filled out so that as much as getting reimbursed through USDA is being done so. Yes, that is absolutely key. But what we are cognizant of is that, one, if the form is not filled out, the child shouldn't suffer by not having a meal. And two, just because a family is not eligible for free and reduced lunch doesn't mean that there's some sort of food insecurity or other gap there that they're not receiving a meal. And so that is what we're trying to ensure, that those children are covered, and is one more year of surety for our school children.
And that's great. I don't think anybody questions that. I think we want to make sure that it's seamless for kids and that they have food. I think the big question was, is there an incentive for school districts to do it? Because if it's going to get paid for, then why even have them fill out the paperwork, because they know it's already taken care of?
Jennifer Ott, for the record, I completely understand that, and the Gov's office will tell you that I have committed to working this summer and throughout the fall to make sure school districts frankly, FRL is not just enough. We want to get schools and school districts sign up for the community eligibility provision is what really our goal is. So we're continuing on that effort.
And that's an easier process to go through rather than having them fill out individually all the forms?
Jennifer Ott, for the record, the CEP process, is it easier? It's certainly easier for the parent and the student. It's the process for the school and the school district. Once you're determined eligibility, we work through the schools or the school districts to help them through that process. And once they're considered eligible and approved, then it's absolutely an easier way to go.
Great. Okay, thank you. Yes, Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Ott, Ms. Ebert. It's not real clear to me. Okay, everyone is going to get a free or reduced lunch. Explain that differential. Technically, it sounds to me like with this universal program, everybody gets a free lunch, right? It isn't necessarily reduced.
Correct, Jennifer Ott, for the record. Yes, everybody will be getting a lunch.
Now, I can understand then where the concern is getting the school districts to actually apply, because, look, everybody gets to eat free, so there's no burden to be borne by them. But I also understand going forward, at some point, this money will run out, and we will end up back in the queue where you as a parent or the school district will have to apply for the free and reduced lunch down the road. Is that correct?
Jennifer Ott for the record. If approved today, next year, for the next school year, the 24-25 school year, there will have to be applications because the universal lunch program will not be in effect.
Okay.
Unless you're a CEP school.
If this is approved, then we get, let's see, I think we'll have 22, 23 paid for, but then again in 24, 25, that would be off the board.
Correct.
Okay, it's getting a little clearer. So, okay, and so I can understand the concern, but at this point, for the next school year, everybody eats, it doesn't matter whether they fill paperwork out or not, you get breakfast and lunch. Now, that includes probably the weekend, the day packs, and that program as well?
Jennifer Ott for the record, the first part of your question is correct. Yes, everybody will eat breakfast and lunch. The backpack programs are under a different program, and those are still running.
Those are still running, so that has nothing to do with this.
Correct,
And
if approved today.
Is that also across the board? Everyone can access that without applying or for free, the backpack program?
Jennifer Ott for the record, let me double check on that. I'm not 100% sure if there's eligibility requirements on that, but I'll look.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have several questions. I'm going to go to Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry to beat this up. I'm just trying to understand, too. So this next year, if this is approved today, what do kids fill out or their parents fill out to be eligible for this program? Nothing? What's to be eligible for this lunch money that if we approve it today, what would parents have to fill out to be eligible for that?
So Jennifer Ott for the record, nothing if you were a child that did not qualify. We always encourage students and parents to fill out the free and reduced lunch form as a child registers for school. At that point in time, that form is taken and eligibility is determined whether it's a free, reduced, or paid meal. Those are the categories, free, reduced, and paid. So what this program is doing is for those free meals, the federal government is paying for, USDA.
Right.
For the reduced meals, the USDA pays for a portion, and then the funds in front of you today will be used for the remaining portion. And then the paid meals will be covered by the funds in front of you today. And so the encouragement, is there a requirement for forms to be filled out? No. But that is sort of the discussion, is that we are really encouraging for parents and students to fill out these forms, for schools to help us in this enrollment of these forms so that as much is covered by USDA as possible.
It's just follow up, Mr. Chair. So
go
at
ahead.
registration, faculty goes over this with parents, right? That your kid could be eligible for free and reduced lunch, and then you offer those forms at the time of registration, and so you walk them through. So this is part of your standard registration process anyway?
Yeah, Superintendent Ebert for the record, yes, for our school districts, it's part of the process that they've had in the past. They're going to amplify it and are definitely aware that we want as many families identified properly. As we know, this is only 1 year, and so this will continue beyond as well.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, I have, let's see, Assemblyman Miller next, and then Senator Hammond, I believe you had a question also. Okay. Yeah.
Chair, if you could ask me at the end, because I know there's other members that are also waiting to ask, and then that way, in case it may be asked by another member, and just. Perfect. Thank you.
I'll come back. Thank you. Senator Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. But, you know, Ms. Ebert, you did say that you've been spending a lot of time with superintendents trying to get them to understand this. We've only been doing it for a few minutes here, so I apologize. I'm still kind of lost a little bit. So you're basically telling me that right now we're going to try and recoup some of the cost of paying for breakfast and lunch by making sure kids who are eligible, according to the federal standards, for free or reduced lunch fill out an application. However, if your child, if I can afford to feed my children, they'll still get fed. If they ask for a school lunch, they'll still be given a school lunch, but the reimbursement won't happen because that parent probably won't fill out an application. And even if they do fill out an application, they don't qualify for later reimbursement, or unless I'm wrong about that, and they would qualify under this particular program. That's my first question. Yeah. Is that correct? Is it so basically we're paying parents who can afford it, we're paying for their kids' lunch.
Chairman, if I could answer that first question.
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Jennifer Ott, for the record, no money is going to the parents. So we're not paying parents. I just want to be clear on that. You might have gotten me mixed up a little bit here. The free and reduced portion is paid by the federal. The remaining free and those child that either did not fill out a form or are not eligible under FRL would be covered by the program in front of you today.
Okay, so I understand that part now, and I know you don't want to use that particular term that we're paying the parents, but we are paying for children to have a lunch, so I can send my kid and not have to worry about it. But that comes out of the money that we're allocating today. However, if we get more kids who are eligible to fill out the form, then the money that we're spending today decreases, and as the chair mentioned, then that money can go to something else. That's the way I understand it, and I'm just shaking your head, so that is a yes.
Jennifer Ott, for the record, correct.
Okay.
Yes, and that is the purpose behind what Superintendent Ebert was saying is making sure as many students are enrolled under the free and reduced lunch as possible, so that as much can be paid by USDA as possible. Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. And so the only last thing I have is just a clarification on the timing, because I kept hearing 24-25 school year mentioned, but I don't understand that, because this is the 22-23 school year coming up. This money is for the 22-23 school year?
Jennifer Ott, for the record, correct.
Okay.
This is for this upcoming school year.
And then the next one, 23-24, is the actual one where there won't be any money or any funding right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Jennifer Ott.
That clarifies that. Thank you very much, Ms. Ott, for that.
Thank you. Let's go to, Senator Neal, I believe you had a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think Senator Hammond, in some weird universe, asked a lot of what I wanted to know, but I guess when I was reading the backup, this is more of a comment and then it's going to be a question. I understand what we're trying to do and the good intent that I think we're trying to cover, but I do think that to better use the money, knowing that you're going to run out after 1 year, I think you should take the paid parents out of the equation. When I looked at the backup, which was on page 347, the way you calculated your data, right? You had your data point starting at October 2021, and then you had updated data actually through February 2022. That to me, that data point, couple things. That data point to me seems to be skewed because we're in June, and then also in the backup, it said that October is really the month where we get more informative points of data around free and reduced lunch. And so I didn't understand why you use that data point, and then why you use paid parents in your 3 points of calculation. You use free and reduced eligible, and then paid eligible students. And I think everybody's well, not everybody, but certain people are saying the same thing, which is, why don't you remove the paid eligible students out of the equation so you can actually get the true number of who needs to be served? Because if they're food insecure, they're not going to have the paid lunch. They're not. And so I think that the way that you built this number, I think is slightly flawed, because you put 3 categories in there of the paid eligible. And I don't think the paid eligible students should even be a part of the data point that you're examining. And nor should that period of time from October 2021 to February 2022, I feel like that time period is wrong and it's off in terms of really discerning what is going on or what you believe could be going on for 2022, 2023. And that point should start in October and then kind of go from there of 22. So you can really see what happened this school year. Like those are my issues. So I don't know if that made things worse, but those are my concerns.
I don't know if there was a question there, but is there any?
No, it was more of a comment and take that data point out.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next question, which is Assemblyman Carlton, Vice Chair Carlton.
Okay, I think I've got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has kind of jumped the tracks a little bit. So I'd like to make sure that I have this. So we've been providing these lunches. We will continue to provide these lunches. If the federal government would step up and just extend the program, we wouldn't be going down this road, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. So I guess what I would like to know is, before COVID hit and we were doing this, what was our number? What was our percentage? And what is our goal to hit the percentages this time so that we can evaluate how many students we've actually brought back? And that way we can look to see which districts are actually complying. And if a district isn't putting in the effort to actually get these forms filled out, we can focus on those particular districts, those particular schools, to make sure that by next school year that we get as much reimbursement as possible. So would it be possible, Ms. Ott, for you to work with the Department of Education and get those numbers, so then in the future we can evaluate where we really are and how we can successfully get more dollars back from the federal government?
Jennifer Ott, for the record, absolutely. We have those March 2020 numbers and then the numbers now, so we'll be able to identify schools or districts by that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I guess when you get that number, ultimately, it may be worth having a discussion in a future legislative session on not bothering with, get as much back from the federal government as you can, and then just have the state pick up the rest of the tab so that we can move forward and keep providing free lunches to free breakfast and free lunch to every single child that would like it. So there's no stigma attached to the children that actually do receive these lunches. So it would be good to have those data points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Kasama, I believe you had a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. I certainly believe in free lunches for all of those that need it. If students have an empty stomach, they can't learn, and we have plenty of studies on that. So I completely support these programs for the children that are needy. However, based on this recommendation, it seems to me there's two flaws with this. One, we're using ARP money for parents that can afford it. And two, we're going to use ARP money for funds that we could be reimbursed by the Department of Agriculture if the forms are filled out. So we are hoping with the best intentions that all of the forms are going to be filled out so we get reimbursed from the Department of Agriculture. And we know many times best intentions don't always work. So, and when I look at the information here, prior to COVID, you had that in the school systems, 57% of the students were eligible for free or reduced lunches. That means 43% of the families could afford to pay. Based on the request of 75 million, I just took 75 million, that's $32,250,000. And I believe that the ARP money needs to be used for these big programs, like the mental health, the crisis centers. I completely support that. Those are big items that we can use this ARP money for to make a big change. I will vote no on this like I said, I'm for free lunches, but not for spending $32 million for these programs that I think that money, I believe, should be directed to, and I'd like to have the governor's office review that $32 million approximately, that's a big ticket item. And I'd like to see that we create something like a Section 8 program with our housing crisis right now, have a state Section 8 type program to help people with the high cost of housing and for rental assistance. And I think this is an opportunity for us to establish a program like that. And that is an ask that I would like to make.
Any comments? Okay, great. Thank you, Kasama. I would have, I guess the question I would, from that last comment, that I would ask is, if we don't do this, then it might not be seamless next year or this school year, right?
Correct. Jennifer Ott for the record. It wouldn't be seamless, and there would be a lot of kids left behind. Yes, it would not be seamless.
Okay. Okay, let's go back. Assemblyman Miller, did you get your answer?
Yes, actually, it was asked. Thank you so much, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Other questions on this item?
I'd like to make a motion to approve, Chair.
Okay, let me just see if, is there any other questions? I think, okay, if not, then I will take a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Who's that?
This is Assemblyman Hafen. I do have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is I know we've had a lot of conversation, and Vice Chair made a great point of maximizing the federal dollars here. I think that we all are supportive of that, and I think that's very important. Is there a way that we could, as part of the motion, require each of the schools as part of their enrollment process to fill out the forms? $30 million is a lot of money, and I'm fine with that money staying with the school or however we see fit. But I just think that if there was a way to make it a requirement of enrollment to fill out the form, we could do exactly what the Vice Chair said and maximize the federal dollars. And so my question is can we make that a requirement of enrollment?
Okay, and I just want to make a comment because it's been brought up twice now. That I believe that the number that someone, Ms. Kasama, brought up is one that she just kind of figured out. Our staff would actually have to figure out if that were what the true amount really is when it comes to that. I just have one additional clarification because we've talked about there's two different programs. There's one that's the community one, and then there's this one, right? Is that correct?
Jennifer Ott for the record, you're talking about the community eligibility program?
Yes.
Yes, that is still in effect, and 453 schools are already under that.
So how does that tie in with this program?
So Jennifer Ott for the record, the community eligibility program is already a universal breakfast, universal lunch meal. So for those 453 schools, they are not included in this free, reduced, and paid enrollment portion.
So it's all, okay, all right, that makes sense. I just want to make, so then this only deals with the ones that are not part of that program. So if more schools would apply for that, then that would even reduce the number there.
Jennifer Ott for the record, absolutely, and that is our goal.
So we should be encouraging, right? I mean, that's what you mentioned already, but somehow an urgency that they do that. And that program is still ongoing after this school year, and it's one that's been going before and it's going to continue after. Is that correct?
Jennifer Ott for the record, yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Senator Hammond.
Sure.
If I
Can I get my question answered?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go back.
No, that's
I want to make sure.
Say is I wanted to hear the answer to that.
Okay, because it looked like they weren't. Can you restate the question so that they can answer that? Yes,
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious if we can make it a requirement of of the schools for enrollment, that these forms get filled out so we can maximize our federal dollar reimbursement.
Okay, so did you hear the question?
Jennifer, for the record, my apologies, Assemblyman Hafen. I was assuming you meant through this vote. I do not have the statutory authority to require schools or anybody to fill out forms at this point.
Okay, I think we know somebody.
Then follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
And then my follow up would be for our staff is if we have the authority to do that with the motion as we move forward with this item.
Okay, so we have a question. Who? Okay, I think we have legal here somewhere. Maybe they can answer that question for us.
Yes, thank you,
Brian
Mr.
Fernley.
Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Brian Fernley, Legislative Counsel. I think that you probably couldn't do that through the motion. I think that would be something that would need to be done through a bill that was enacted by the legislature and signed by the governor.
Okay. So the answer was no, we can't. I mean, we can't right now, but if somebody wanted to do that next session, they could bring a bill. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, it's Senator Gokachia.
Chairman.
Sorry, I'll come back in just a second. I'm going to do Senator Gokachia and then come back.
Thank you. I guess you talked about you've got 433, or what did you say, schools that presently qualify for universal free and reduced lunch. Okay, what's the criteria there to qualify for that?
I might kick that over to my administrator who's online, Homa Nushapur, to answer that question. It is an eligibility requirement that averages out across a school district, or a county. So, Homa, if you're online, there you go.
I'm assuming, though, it would be a... Oh, go ahead.
For the record, Homa Nushapur, Administrator for Food and Nutrition Division. Yes, the threshold is 40% free and reduced lunch. And then there is a formula that comes from, based on what comes from USDA, we calculate that, and then the school becomes eligible based on the percentage of free and reduced lunch. So the threshold is 40% free and reduced lunch.
Did that answer your question? She said 20%. The threshold is 20% of free and reduced lunch.
So if you've got
40%.
Sorry, 30%.
Okay, if you've
40%. Okay.
Okay.
So 40% of free and reduced lunch.
Yeah, I've got old ears too, Mo. But anyway, so if 40% of the students then qualify for that, then the whole school does. So technically, that's really where your focus is, to try and get as many of these schools to reach that 40% threshold and have it universally apply. That saves the ARPA funding, and we can commit it to a different direction. I understand where you're headed, but along those lines, I also am very sympathetic with the fact that we're coming out of the pandemic, and it is a struggle to get these students back in school and getting them plugged back in, and that because we have truly lost at least a year of education on these kids. So I'm definitely going to support this program. I think it's probably as good a place to spend the money as we can. We've got to get these kids back to normal, and if it means giving them a free meal, that's where we are.
Okay, and I think there was somebody that had a question, one of the members online.
Mr. Chair, Joe Hardy here.
Oh, Joe. Okay, go ahead, Senator Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm new to the game, substituting, obviously. It's a very basic question. As I read the American Rescue Plan Act, the reserve category is the money we're talking about. So is that reserve category limited to the universal school meals, or could it be used for mental health? Is there a competing interest that we have, that when we go down this list of things that we're talking about today, that we're going to say, oh, that would have been potentially better to have used some of that money for the mental health or whatever it is as a competing interest as we go down our agenda today. So is this vote that we're going to take going to tie up those funds in the reserve ARPA funds, for instance, so that we can't use it anywhere else? Or are we going to say, oh, that's a good point, we can reverse ourselves and take away the money for those people who don't need the free and reduced lunch because they wouldn't qualify officially, but they qualify because we're generous and we're giving them lunch too. So it's a procedural question, I guess, if you could have somebody answer that.
Thank you. I'm going to have Mr. Thorley answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal. Senator Hardy, I think you had two questions in there. The first question regarding the American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds that are in reserve. That money can be used for any eligible expenditure under the program. So that's the answer to the first question, is it does not have to be used for this purpose. It can be used for any eligible purpose under the guidance from the U.S. Treasury. The second question, if the work program revisions are approved, this money, the $75.9 million, will be obligated for this purpose. Now that decision could be changed down the road by another vote, but if it's approved today, that money will be obligated and set aside for this purpose and will no longer be available for another eligible expense under the American Rescue Plan Act.
Which then, Mr. Chair, brings me to my third question. How much money is in the reserve, and down the line, are we going to have enough money in that reserve account to be able to meet the needs of the things we're going to talk about today or next month? So do we have amount that we know is in the reserve fund that would meet the needs and the pleas that we've heard in public comment, for instance?
Yeah, Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal. Senator Hardy, if you look at volume 1 of your packet, meeting packet, and I know you're probably, since you were a late edition, you may have just got the email last night with the link to the meeting packet. It's also on the committee webpage. But on page 251 of volume 1 of the meeting materials is the American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and declining balance spreadsheet that Mr. Leiser went over. If all the request to use $75.9 million for this program is requested to come out of what we've designated the lost revenue reserve balance. So under the American Rescue Plan Act, a portion of the funding that we received can go to replace lost revenue based on a calculation that the U.S. Treasury developed. If all the items that are before the committee today are approved, there will be $490 million remaining in the lost revenue reserve. There's also a main reserve, a nonprofit reserve, and there's also some money set aside for future funding for the Home Means Nevada initiative. Altogether, if all the items are approved today, there will still be $1.1 billion remaining of the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. So of the $2.7 billion that the state received, there will be $1.1 billion remaining, if all the items are approved, including this item.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. I'm feeling better and better. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Ms. Assemblywoman Jauregui.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to
Mr.
make
Chair,
a
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. And thank you for recognizing me a second time. And thank you very much, Mr. Thorley, for making it very clear that there's still over $1 billion left to spend. And I don't think spending money on feeding kids breakfast and lunch in school, so we don't discriminate between the haves and have-nots at the school, and we take that component out and every kid gets a lunch, is well worth spending. I know there's other issues in the state, but I think feeding kids should be one of our top priorities. So thank you very much, Mr. Thorley, for putting that on the record. That was going to be my question, and I appreciate you recognizing me for the second time, and happy to support feeding kids.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go to Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Take two. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve items H15 and H16.
We have a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion? Yeah. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I guess I'm just I've had a hard time following the discussion. We're talking about feeding kids. And during the pandemic, the federal government provided, free meals for everyone. And they stopped doing that. So as a state, we have the choice, well, what do we do? Are we going to disrupt that or not with the federal money that we got? And, I understand some kids can afford the meals, but why would we take that away from kids? And in addition, this is an opportunity for this committee to provide some real relief to Nevada families. I mean, you see the prices of goods out there. The cost of living is increasing everywhere we look, whether it's gas prices or other prices. This is a real opportunity for the state to use some of the federal money to provide relief to families who have kids that are in school. Yes, maybe they can afford it. Maybe they're not going to fill out the forms, but this is an opportunity for this committee to make sure that every student in our schools can learn without being hungry. And if the families get a little bit of financial relief for that, I am all in favor of that, so I'm in strong support of this, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to also thank the department for bringing this forward. I want to agree with all of the points made by my colleague, Assemblyman Yeager. I also want to just be very clear about this. As a kid who had free and reduced lunch many times, it is very tough to be the kid who has free and reduced lunch when the other kids around you don't. And there is a very small difference between the kids who get free and reduced lunch, who qualify, and when you just don't quite make it. And so I think to just sort of really put a finer point on that, being able to give food to kids who may or may not qualify, or even just to provide relief for that kid who, I think to Assemblywoman Carlton's point, doesn't want to be the only kid having to stand in the free and reduced lunch line, is worth it. And I think having kids who aren't hungry at school is worth spending a little bit of money to provide exactly the relief that was just reiterated by my colleague to families who could use it, even if they can afford a sandwich for their kids. Because you don't know how many kids you're really helping out there or how many families you're really helping out there. And to me, that's what these ARPA dollars were designed to do. There are a lot of really great things that we have done with these dollars. So to couch an argument against it in terms of, well, we could be spending it on other things, we're spending it on a lot of really great things. The list that Mr. Leiser went through, I was just going back over some of those things as he was reading through what we have spent these dollars on. And these dollars are designed to help Nevada families. They're designed to help kids who have been struggling through the pandemic with learning loss and with trying to just make their educational journey a little bit easier. And while this might not seem very important to some people, this is an extremely important piece of it. So I'm in strong support of this and really do appreciate, I hope we can make sure that all of the mechanics of it work out so that we're getting the best out of it. But I think this is a good use of the money. So I will be a yes.
Thank you. Senator Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Chair, I thought we had a really good discussion for some of us who weren't able to go really through this before, as Superintendent Ebert said, that we were spending a lot of time with the schools, and to let them know, the superintendents and the principals, kind of understand what you're expecting of them, that you're urging them, and maybe even beyond urging, really getting them to push the paperwork. It's really important. And I really like the discussion we had about the fact that sometimes students show up and they don't know why they don't have a meal today. I know my daughter's left the meal on the counter several times and, left the house and I think somebody shared a meal with her or she got something from the school lunch. We just want to make sure she was fed, and I understand that because we don't know the circumstances behind them. Actually, it kind of reminded me of it, back in 2015 when I passed that really cool bill that nobody else liked. We talked about how sometimes you just don't know what a family's thinking. They just want to go to a different education system or get a different kind of education. And why I asked the question, because education is important. Feeding them and making sure that they're fed so that they can learn is also important. I can see the parallel between those two, and I'm going to support the bill because I think it's the right thing to do. Thanks.
All right, thank you. We have a motion before us. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay.
Aye.
Thank you, Senator Hardy. And did everybody raise their hand on that? I didn't look. All those that are online, raise your hand if you're aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay. So I think I see Assemblywoman Kasama. Is that correct? That's voting no. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's clear on the record. The motion passes. All right. We will now go on to our next item, which is, all right, we have 17, 18, 19, and 20 items. The Office of the Governor COVID Relief Program, Department of Health and Human Services, and we've got several folks here. So rather than go through the whole list of everybody that's here, go ahead and just introduce yourself as you go, and we'll have some questions for you after you're done with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Stephanie Woodard, and I serve as the Department of Health and Human Services Senior Advisor on Behavioral Health. With me today, I have Dr. Cindy Pitlock. She is the Administrator of the Division of Child and Family Services. Online, we also have Dr. Antonina Capuro, who is a Deputy Administrator for the Division of Healthcare, Finance, and Policy. Cody Finney is also joining us virtually as the Deputy Administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, as well as Shannon Bennett, the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Behavioral Health, Wellness, and Prevention. Chair, if I may, I have some prepared remarks.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Stephanie Woodard for the record. The design of the crisis response system, including crisis stabilization centers, began in earnest before COVID and was in direct response to the community's needs to ensure care could be accessed when someone experiences a behavioral health crisis. While unmet need from behavioral health crisis was a concern prior to COVID, we have seen increased demands for behavioral health services resulting in impacts of the pandemic, which have exacerbated the unmet need, leaving individuals and families to seek care in emergency rooms or forego care altogether. It is estimated that in Nevada, the total cost burden of care without an adequate crisis system in place is more than $506 million annually. The development of a full crisis continuum will aid in Nevada's economic recovery from the pandemic and alleviate unnecessary cost burdens to hospitals, law enforcement, emergency services, and families. In addition to the financial burden, the human toll is also significant. In the absence of a crisis response system, law enforcement must intervene with people in need of behavioral health support. Long wait times in boarding in emergency rooms is occurring. Deaths by suicide continue, and children are at increased risk for out-of-home placements. Overall, the pandemic has increased pressure on our healthcare and behavioral health systems, leaving increasingly more children, youth, families, and adults with unmet behavioral health needs across Nevada's communities. ARPA supplemental block grant funding, which is additional federal funds that the state has received and has been approved through this committee, has been leveraged and will continue to be leveraged to the greatest degree possible to address the needs and establish needed systems and services. The requests before you today for American Rescue Plan funding will be used to support and grow Nevada's crisis stabilization centers. The federal ARPA block grant dollars have been allocated to support growing crisis stabilization centers. However, infrastructure and tenant improvement costs are not allowed expenditures, and budgets have been submitted for crisis stabilization centers that far surpass available grant funding. Funding through this ARPA request would be available for projects to continue to move those forward, to help to support infrastructure, construction, and operational costs to implement crisis stabilization centers statewide. We anticipate the ARPA funding would be berated with supplemental block grant funding to establish such centers. National best practices and standards of care have been established for a crisis response system. Such a system includes someone to call, someone to respond, and someone to support, often with a place to go for crisis support services. Crisis stabilization centers offer the community a no wrong door access to behavioral health crisis care, which includes screening, assessment, stabilization, withdrawal management, peer recovery support services, care coordination, linkage and referral to appropriate levels of care, and safer suicide safety planning in a living room-like setting within a licensed hospital facility. Crisis stabilization centers operate as a psychiatric emergency department that accepts all walk-ins, ambulance, fire, and police drop-offs. Many individuals in crisis brought to an emergency room today often have increased distress and worsening symptoms due to noise and crowding, limited privacy in the triage areas, and being attended to by staff who may have very little experience in psychiatric crisis. Crisis stabilization centers improve patient outcomes through directly addressing behavioral health crisis and connecting individuals to care within a therapeutic milieu designed specifically for crisis services. Simultaneously, while Nevada establishes these crisis stabilization centers and the needed infrastructure, adults and children continue to experience behavioral health crises exacerbated by the pandemic. This is why we are also pairing another request for additional funds to help to alleviate the emergency needs for behavioral health today. Populations who will be targeted include children and adolescents experiencing behavioral health crises, including but not limited to those who are uninsured or underinsured, as well as children and adolescents who are at risk for placement within the child welfare or juvenile justice system, or have a need that requires supplemental funding to secure care due to complexity, acuity, and severity of needs. This funding will be used to supplement and not supplant existing funding, such as third-party liability for billable services. You have two work programs in front of you today. The first is a request for $20 million to support the necessary development and infrastructure for crisis stabilization centers. And the second is for an additional $10 million, which provides the emergency behavioral health funding that could be enacted very quickly through state procurement processes to ensure we do not have a gap in providing emergency services for individuals who are having a behavioral health crisis now, while we work to build the necessary crisis stabilization infrastructure statewide. Thank you for your consideration of these requests, and we are happy to answer any questions this committee might have.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to start with Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you, Ms. Woodard, for the rundown. Can you tell us a little bit about the plan to continue the funding for these stabilization centers, given that we're using that ARPA grant funding to get it started? And I know you mentioned a little bit about future block grants, but can you tell us what the plan is?
Thank you for the question, Senator Harris. Chair, if I may. Stephanie Woodard for the record. It's a great question. So sustainability has actually been on the forefront of all of our minds as we've been able to determine how we move some of these projects forward and are able to continue them. The last thing we want to do is establish infrastructure in a community with these funds only to have to take them down or pull them away when the ARPA funds end. The good news is that there were actually two bills passed, one in the 2019 legislative session and another in the 2021 session, which went a little bit further in establishing the endorsement for crisis stabilization centers, as well as directed Medicaid to establish a reimbursement structure. So I have Dr. Capurro on the call today who can respond as it relates to sustainability within the Medicaid program. In addition to that, last session, SB 390 was passed by the legislature, which establishes the crisis response account. That is that additional surcharge or fee on telecommunications lines, which will then be used to generate revenue that can go to provide additional sustainability for these crisis stabilization centers. But if I may, Chair, I'd like to hand it off to Dr. Capurro in the event that she has any additional comments.
Yes, please do.
Good morning. This is Dr. Capurro for the record. I can confirm that the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy has established a Medicaid rate for crisis stabilization centers that are endorsed through the Bureau of Healthcare Quality and Compliance. This rate is expected to be approved by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, and it's currently pending CMS approval. We submitted a state plan amendment regarding our reimbursement methodology for crisis stabilization centers in March 30th of 2022. And we expect that the rate will be available for reimbursement by the end of the calendar year. But of course, that is dependent on CMS approval of our state plan amendment. If any additional information is needed, I'd be happy to provide it.
Chair Dennis, may I ask just a quick follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Dr. Capurro, could you tell us a little bit about how you came up with what the rate should be? Is it going to be sufficient to actually maintain the services? I know sometimes we have a little bit of trouble getting our rate at the place where we can actually get people in and have enough providers. Do we anticipate running into the same problem with this service?
This is Dr. Capurro for the record. Thank you for the question. Our Deputy Administrator over our fiscal services, Phil Burrell, is also on the line, so I'd encourage him to add any additional information if I don't completely cover this. But the rate was assigned based on a default daily rate, which is pending CMS approval, as I mentioned. And after crisis stabilization centers provide service for a full calendar year, they will have the ability to file a cost report along with 50% of the cost of an actuarial contractor audit. And we will build a rate based off the actual costs for providing the services. I hope that helps to answer the question. If you would like more specific financial information, I can provide that to you, our spreadsheets after this meeting.
Let me just summarize your answer, and if I've got it right, then I think we're good. What I'm hearing is you set a rate down, you're going to collect some data on what the actual cost is, and then you will reevaluate what the rate is once you have that data. Is that right?
Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you. Let's see, I've got Assemblyman Peters.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited about this, standing up our facilities. We've been working towards this for a couple of sessions now since I started in the legislative body. My question today about the $10 million being requested is how do you anticipate you'll determine where those fundings will be allocated and what populations they'll be directed to throughout the state?
Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Peters. Stephanie Woodard for the record. These dollars are actually an expansion of what we've been able to allocate through a previous federal funding stream. So we did receive federal funds through a COVID emergency behavioral health response grant. we were able to allocate funding through there. And through those, we contracted with 2 hospitals. We evidenced that there was extreme need over and beyond what those dollars were going to be able to provide, as well as the capacity for those 2 hospitals. So we intend to go forward with using all of the tools that we have available through us through our state purchasing office to make sure that we can procure a vast array of providers that may be able to make use of these funds. And through those contracts, we will be determining how we can best prioritize individuals who would be suitable for these funds. Again, we're not looking to supplant, but rather supplement. So when there is a third-party liability that can be billed for these services, those services would be billed in the traditional way. Where we have seen some of the greatest need is where Medicaid rates have been identified as insufficient because the child, specifically this is with children, their needs are far greater than what the hospital can traditionally provide or a residential treatment provider can traditionally provide, sometimes even 2-to-1 supervision and support. So these dollars would help to alleviate some of that gap to ensure that we have sufficient funding to provide the adequate level of care that children need.
Okay, did that answer? Okay. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First, just let me say thank you. I think this is one of the most consequential items on the agenda today. This issue has been going on a very long time. We heard it in public comment from a number of folks who really for a decade or more have been trying to make this happen in the state. It reminds me, I think, the Southern Nevada Forum that started in 2014. This was a huge issue in the Health and Human Services Healthcare division there of how to make this happen. And of course reminds me when I was a public defender and I would see mentally ill people who would go in the wrong door and they would invariably end up in jail or prison, costing the city and the state a lot of money. So I'm really excited about the no wrong door approach here. The fact that you're not going to need medical clearance for someone, that there's not going to be this game of where do you take somebody. So I just want to say thank you for that before I ask the question, because I really do believe this has the ability to have just a monumental impact in the state. And I think it's the culmination of a lot of effort. And this is exactly what we were talking about when we talked about making investments with the federal money to build the kind of Nevada that we want to see. And so here we are, and thank you for the program. And so my question is this. I noticed in the $20 million, the $15 million is going to go to essentially 4 locations, 2 in Las Vegas, 1 in Reno, 1 in Carson City. That makes a lot of sense. And then I noticed there's a $5 million sort of holdback for the rural communities. And of course, rural mental health has been a challenge because of the lack of facilities. And so I just wondered, I know we're not quite there yet, but if you could forecast into the future what that $5 million might look like in the rural communities, and if your thought is to have a site in various rural communities or have it centered somewhere, if you could just give me a little bit more clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
Through you, Chair. Assemblyman Yeager. Stephanie Woodard for the record. It's a great question. So what we know is that crisis stabilization centers in rural and frontier communities just are going to need to look different. They will still uphold the statutory required endorsement, but what we have discovered in working with Nevada Rural Hospital Partners is that there are a handful of hospitals that are really very interested and excited about the potential for this opportunity. So we anticipate bringing together our team through Division of Healthcare Finance and Policy, as well as the Bureau of Healthcare Quality and Compliance, to really provide some technical assistance to those hospitals to help them understand what this would look like by way of undertaking. And then we will run what we would consider a competitive announcement, very similar to the way that we have identified the 4 locations up to now. And a lot of that is going to be dependent on, obviously, the cost of the program, the readiness of the hospital to undertake this work. And then through there, we will be able to identify, hopefully, more than one project to be able to stand up in rural communities.
Okay, yes, we're going to do a follow-up just on that question before we move on to another one. So Assemblywoman, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate being fit in here just real quickly because this is kind of another layer on the rural communities. But have you thought about how this program and funding would impact or work with our tribal communities and their clinics and other health services provided on tribal lands?
Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Peters. Stephanie Woodard for the record. Yes, so one of our goals through all of our crisis response planning has been to partner with tribal communities and include that communication. Certainly we don't see any limitation for individuals who are coming from any tribal population from being able to be excluded from making use of these services. In addition to that, we have been working closely to ensure that as we're building out 988, so the crisis call center as well as mobile crisis, that we are engaging tribal communities in those conversations as well.
Okay. Senator Gokichia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate the questions I've been asked. And as probably the most rural representative here, I am concerned how this competitive process will work, and clearly want to ensure that, you know, we fit that need out there in the true rurals, whether it's Battle Mountain, Ely, Elko, or the need is there, you know, and unfortunately right now we're transporting them to the urban areas, and it's a long transport and not necessarily either cost effective or good for the patient. So I'm very interested in how you're doing this. I appreciate it, and I only wish it was more than 5 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Let's go to Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I fully support this. I think it's so important. I had a constituent write me a letter, and perhaps other of my colleagues received it as well, with her daughter in a mental crisis situation. And the only place they could find to put her in was the hospital because couldn't get to the police, didn't have mental health. And so they ended up in a hospital bed for 30 days when they needed mental health intervention. And so I think this is a great use of our ARP monies. It's the hump we need to get over to establish these stabilization centers. And I think I just wholeheartedly support it. Would even like to see that we could spend more money towards our mental health issues, because I think in the long run, it saves all of our communities from the homeless issues and from them being brought to the police. So I'm just very excited that we're at this place with our state.
All right. Anyone else have any questions? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay. Assemblywoman Howdicke.
Thank you, Chair. I move for approval of H17, H18, H19, and H20.
We have a motion by Assemblywoman Howdicke, second by Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you, Senator Hardy. Any opposed? Say nay. I don't see any. Motion passes. Motion is unanimous. Motion passes. Okay. Let's see. Next, we are going to item number 23. And I believe on, let's see. This one is the Department of Education COVID-19 funding. We have State Superintendent Joan Eber here, and others, and the one that knows all the numbers, right? Yeah.
5 billion, 6 billion. Good morning, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Carlton, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joan Ebert. I'm the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. As you all are aware, during the 2021 legislative session, Assembly Bill 495 was passed with an appropriation of $200 million for the Nevada Department of Education to administer as grants to school districts and university schools for our profoundly gifted students. AB 495 is specifically aimed to address the impacts of learning loss experienced during the result of COVID-19 pandemic. All Nevada local education agencies are eligible to apply for this competitive grant and must describe how they have expended or plan to expend federal emergency relief funds, which include ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ARP ESSER, Gear 1, and Gear 2 dollars. This funding is specifically to augment programs to address the impacts of the learning loss experienced as a result of this pandemic, including without limitation our evidence-based educational services, which include tutoring, summer school, after-school programs, other extended learning day activities, enrichment programs, literacy instruction, and instructional programs to support our most at-risk pupils. If approved today, this work program, we will release a competitive grant application to our school districts. We will then take in those competitive applications and we will use our scoring rubric to ensure that the funding requests address the impact of the learning loss for Nevada students. In addition, the review will target alignment between previous initiatives funded by the federal relief funds, account for students who have been the most historically underserved by our educational system, and prioritize evidence-based interventions to meet the academic and mental behavioral health needs of our students, which all are in alignment with the learning loss that we have seen during this past 2 years. All of these funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, which provides our districts the opportunity to invest in strategic activities that span several school years. I am proud of the partnerships that we have with our school district and our community leaders, this body, and we're deeply committed to ensuring that these funds are spent on addressing the impacts of what has transpired during COVID-19. Thank you, and if you have any questions, we are here to answer them.
Okay, we're going to start with Senator Don Darrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And could you help us understand the process the department's going to utilize to award those that AB 495 funding, including like some guidelines to evaluate those proposed programs?
Thank you, Senator Don Darrell, for the question. Joan Ebert, for the record, we are going to be following our process that we use for competitive grants, which we do year over year, millions, billions of dollars with the federal relief funds, the ARP ESSER that I mentioned earlier as well. So we first let the request for proposals. We're hoping that if this body approves today, that we'll be able to put out the application next week. We then hold technical assistance sessions so that school districts that have questions about what they can apply for are answered. We've done a lot of work around evidence-based supports and making sure that the dollars are also aligned with the intent of AB 495. After the technical assistance, the school districts submit their grants. We pull together many people from around the state as well as the department to then score those grant applications. And then we're hoping that those dollars will be awarded no later than mid-September.
Did that answer your question? Yes, sir. All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Vice Chair Carlton, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, and thank you, Superintendent Ebert. You answered a number of my questions in your opening statement. When I hear things about, augmenting programs, helping to deal with the learning loss and reporting back using a scoring rubric, that gives me a level of comfort. I guess it's the elephant in the room is when these monies are sent down to the districts, what type of controls will be put on it to make sure that it actually goes there? So ultimately, I heard you say money that has been expended. Would a district be able to apply for dollars on this and use it to supplant dollars they had already spent, then shift those dollars to pay for something else? How will your RFP, your rubric, whatever the terminology you're using, address possible supplanting?
Thank you, Vice Chair Carlton. I want to make sure that I have the question correct, is in regard to supplanting funds, which these dollars, and I did hear you say they are augmenting. So all of the funds that have come down from the federal government have been through an application process, which the department approves or not. In fact, some of the school districts will tell you that we've been sending back things to make sure that they are meeting the requirements of the law as intended. Once they are approved, then all of the funds are on a reimbursement basis. So they're, in the traditional sense of supplanting, that does not transpire with these funds. If you are, I don't want to assume, but I think you're talking about a request for pre-approved dollars that have gone through an application process. Could they ask that their application be revisited? And the answer to that is yes. As long as those dollars are in alignment with the requirements, either state or federal, they would move forward.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. I think I may have not quite made my question quite as clear as I should have, but my concern is that dollars have already spent dealing with learning loss, trying to take care of those programs. I heard you say that these dollars were going to be used to augment. My concern is that a district already having spent dollars would apply for the grant from the Department of Education. A portion of this $200 million would get those dollars and supplant the dollars they had already spent to pull those dollars out to spend it on something else. So I'm just trying to get to, if a district asked to be reimbursed, because you did say that you would reimburse them, if they asked to be reimbursed and then use those dollars in another way, how would that be addressed in this grant process?
Heidi Hartz for the record. The intent with the subgrants that will result through this competitive grant process is that these subgrants will be effective upon approval by all parties, which means that we will only pay or reimburse school districts for expenses related to the activities that they detail in their proposals and are approved in their budgets. The Department of Education, as a budgetary policy, we reimburse our subrecipients for expenses incurred. That allows us to ensure that any request we receive for reimbursement is in alignment with the applicable subgrant budget. And if we have questions or concerns about a request for reimbursement, we resolve those before we issue any payment to a school district or any other subrecipient. Does that address your concern?
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go for the third time around. My concern is that districts will use these dollars to be reimbursed for something they've already spent it. And then basically the terminology that we use is change the color of money and then use it for something else. So I think I've probably got as much of an answer as possible. We know that there are school districts out there planning on using dollars for multiple different things. So I just want to make sure that the dollars are supposed to go to learning loss. And I'm always concerned about when money gets supplanted. So I think we've got this answered as much as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks. We're going to go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I had a question. So in the RFP or the grant that you're planning on creating, will you be addressing or making a district prove how they already address the learning loss and then bring in data, actually have data to prove that they've actually made a dent in their learning loss? And here's why I'm asking this question. I started looking into one of the schools in my district. It's an elementary. And what they told me was that in 21, they were doing a 5-week summer program for learning loss. This year, it's now 3 weeks. And I couldn't understand why it would be cut. And I wasn't clear on, did you all of a sudden make gains? And then when I checked their data, they were probably at the lowest level they had been in several years, actually, prior to the pandemic. And so I want to know how you're going to address what those districts should be currently doing before they submit this, I guess, their interest to go in and try to get some additional money.
For the record, Superintendent Ebert, thank you for the question, Senator Neal. The application does have all of the requirements where they need to demonstrate the dollars that have been issued already are being expended. So I think that's to your first point. To the second point, you're hitting upon a very large issue, not only within the state, but within the nation and globally, of making sure that the dollars are expended on those items where our children will gain the instruction, the time that they deserve and should have had when we had our buildings are closed. And the federal requirements, and I know this grant as well, have loss. The fact of the matter is, to your point, is we did not offer time and instruction to our children during the pandemic, and now we are not only providing the opportunity for our children to make up where they would have been, but to accelerate, to extend the school day, to extend learning opportunities for our children. So, you know, with that specific school, I would need to dig deeper to see, are they extending the school day? We have many schools that are extending the school day. We also have school districts that are spending their current funds for tutors, making sure that our students have, that their specific needs are met, because especially during the pandemic, we know it's not a one-size-fits-all. With the K-shaped recovery, we have some students that actually accelerated through the pandemic, and we have others that have need additional supports to make it through. So for each of our school districts, what I will share with you is that the information that we have, the data that we have of where our children are, we review with the school districts. We have our district improvement plans as well as individual school improvement plans to make sure that we not only catch up but accelerate through the learning that has transpired.
Chair, can I have a quick follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So within the, and thank you for your response. I want to know if you could also consider in this grant process that if they do take on an extended day, knowing that it isn't a one-size-fits-all, that there is at least a targeted tutoring program that is meeting the need of the actual school itself, meaning that the district, if they're saying that, you know, 100 schools are this, I think they need to be very specific and at least giving those general descriptions of what those problems are that are going to be targeted and tailored towards a tutor that is going to be engaged in this work, because it's of no help for the state or any of us to create a program that is surface and that is not specifically targeted to the need of the school. So what's going on at Matt Kelly versus what's going on at Tolan might be similar demographics, but not the same issue. And so, and I think that, you know, we're at a space where we can kind of push in a little bit more to mandate a certain kind of behavior, because there is some money to support what we need, at least temporarily, to change the narrative for these children. And I don't see I think the true commitment to tailor programs the way that they need to be tailored versus just asking for money and then saying, well, we gave this school this money to do X, and then the child's still at 6%.
Okay. Was there a question on the tail end of that? I didn't hear one, but I just want to make sure.
No, it wasn't, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Senator Gokotia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm concerned, especially in the rurals, during the pandemic, we had probably 30-40% of our students actually stay at home, homeschool, and some of them online. And I want to make sure, are the districts going to be able to reach out some way, a mechanism there to capture those gifted students? Because clearly there were some that didn't have the opportunity to go to school over the last 2 years. And, looking forward, we completed the school year, looking forward to the fall, we'll see what it brings. But I know in some areas, especially Elko County and those places, at least 30% of those students weren't going to school. And there's some gifted students there. Will we pick them up when they get to the university level, or, how is this going to work?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Senator Gokotia, for that question. The rural school districts have done a phenomenal job during the second year, the 21-22 school year, in bringing students back. I would say all of our school districts saw many students that did not return to a face-to-face environment or chose to homeschool. But the school districts themselves, the schools themselves, making sure parents now understand how valuable our school buildings, and not only the school buildings themselves, but the people and the resources and supports. You spent a lot of time this morning talking about food services, mental health already. Our schools are the community hubs for a lot of our families, and your superintendents in your school districts have done an amazing job in reaching back out to families, creating that environment, welcoming environment, and then to Senator Neal's point of differentiating the supports that are needed for our children during this time. So I would say yes, sir. Reaching out, making sure that people understand our public schools are there to support our children in many ways, and academic achievement being top of mind as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a follow-up on the procedure. I think maybe I'm not understanding it, so maybe I'll just ask in a hypothetical way. So you have the $200 million, there's going to be a grant application process. Let's say School District A has an application for $50 million. You look at it, you like it, you approve it. Does the school district just get that $50 million up front? Or I thought I heard something about reimbursable, so I'm wondering if is it an upfront payment, or is it sort of pay as you go based on metrics or information coming from the school district to making sure that it aligns with the application process?
Heidi Hartz, for the record. School districts will request reimbursement on a monthly basis for the projects or for the expenses they've incurred in the previous month. We'll review their request for reimbursement, validate that it is in alignment with the sub-grant agreement, scope of work, and the budget, and then we'll issue reimbursement.
All right. Let me look here. Any other questions? Assemblyman Howdigi.
Thank you, Chair. And mine's just going to play off of what Assemblyman Yeager just asked. Is there any clawback provisions? So, well, I guess it's only on a reimbursement basis then. So there's no point where the money would be given ahead of time and they could be used for anything other than what was in the grant.
Heidi Hartz, for the record, the Department of Education's business practice is that we reimburse subrecipients. We do not issue advance payments.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I'm not hearing or seeing any. All right, Assemblyman Howdigi.
Thank you, Chair. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve item H23.
We have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdigy, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye or raise your hand. All right, I think it's Senator Hardy's raising his hand too, so, okay. Any opposed? I'm not seeing any opposed, so the motion is unanimous, motion carries. All right, let's see, I think, does that finish up all our items under? Oh, well, that's right, there's one more, that's right, 30 and 31. So we're gonna go to item 30 and 31, Office of the Governor and Department of Health and Human Services, COVID-19 relief programs. Not sure who's doing that.
Good morning, committee. My name is Carissa Loper, for the record, from the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. I'm the agency manager for the child care program. I can address number 31, which is connected to number 30.
Okay, so we've got 30 and 31. Who's they're joined, so you're going to address those issues. Do you have any presentation or anything that you need to share, or are you just here for
I
questions?
can provide some opening statements about the work program.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So good morning again. My name is Carissa Loper, agency manager for child care in the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, for the record. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this work program to bring $50 million into the child care and development program to continue helping improve child care affordability for Nevada's families. As you know, there has been a substantial and needed investment in child care and early childhood education these past 2 years, and we are very grateful for the funds that have been added by previous work programs. As a final investment intended to meet the governor's promise to invest $160 million in childcare for Nevadans, this $50 million proposal will allow the program to cover the required co-payments for households receiving or eligible for childcare subsidy assistance. This is a one-time investment to assist Nevada's families and with our economic recovery. The goal is to make childcare more affordable for all subsidy eligible Nevada households as we continue through our economic recovery. Our current annual average caseload for the Child Care Subsidy Assistance Program is 6,480 children. We expect this to grow as the recent investments in childcare are implemented to expand subsidy eligibility. Depending on the annual actual number of children assisted, this $50 million funding is estimated to cover co-payments for 12 to 18 months, with the shorter time corresponding to a higher caseload of up to 9,500 children. Thank you again for your time, and I'm here to answer any further questions on this work program.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on this item? I don't see anyone with any questions. So with that, Assemblywoman Howdigy.
Thank you, Chair. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve items H30 and H31.
We have a motion from Senator Howdigy, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion. All those in favor say aye or raise your hand. Any opposed? Say nay or raise your hand. Okay, motion is unanimous. The motion passes. We will now, let's see, I think that finishes all the items under H, and we will now go to items under I, and I believe our first one is item number 19. And that is a Department of Education COVID-19 funding.
For the record, Heidi Hartz. I serve as the Deputy Superintendent of the Student Investment Division at the Department of Education. This work program requests to transfer $88,000 of ARP ESSER funding out of a reserve expense category into an expenditure category so that the Department of Education can contract with a vendor to support the Commission on School Funding in its work to consider sources of revenue for K-12 education. The requirement for the Commission on School Funding to consider additional sources to fund K-12 education is found within Assembly Bill 495 from the 2021 legislative session, as well as within their statutory responsibilities currently identified in NRS. The Commission has requested additional assistance in generating specific revenue projections tied to property tax. While NRS does indicate that the Department of Education and the Governor's Finance Office are responsible to provide professional support services to the Commission on School Funding, neither agency at this point in time has the subject matter expertise nor the capacity. Therefore, we are seeking approval to invest these funds in a contract so that the Commission may continue in its development of its report. I would note that the Assembly Bill 495 requires that the Commission on School Funding submit their report to the Governor and the Director of the Legislative Council Bureau on or before November 15th of 2022.
All right, thank you very much. I have a question. So can you provide an update on the work that the Commission has done on its contracted vendor to identify an optimal level of funding for the pupil-centered funding plan?
Heidi Hartz for the record. The Commission on School Funding has been engaged in conversations and deliberations about optimal funding since it began its first meeting back in 2019. Those conversations are ongoing. Specific to the vendor we wish to hire to look at property taxes, no work has begun by that vendor because we don't yet have the funding available to enter into the contractual agreement. We have identified funding to be available to contract with a vendor to look at sales tax, and that information is currently being developed and will be presented at the Commission's meeting on Friday.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I can't see everybody. Is that Senator Neal? Do you have a question? Yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair. It's more of a comment. I just want to say that it's really good that the study, it looks like the study is going to look at existing exemptions to determine if any of those existing exemptions may be, I guess, an advantage or disadvantage to the revenue structure in the state. And that actually taking a good look at the overall structure to see if it what we need to do and to determine, a healthy revenue structure going forward, I think is super, super important.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to ask a question or make comment? Not hearing any. Okay. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve item I-19.
We have a motion from Senator Howdigi, Assemblywoman Howdigi, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye or raise your hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Okay, thank you. The motion passes. So we will go on to the next item, which is item number 59, which is the Department of Business Industry Housing Division account for low-income housing.
Good afternoon, Chair Dennis, Vice Chair Carlton, members of the committee. For the record, Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. The $29 million before you for approval represents the second tranche of 3 available to the state of Nevada of Emergency Rental Assistance 2 funding. To receive this funding, the state needed to spend out 75% of the first tranche of $39 million. In cooperation with Clark County, we reached the required spending level at the end of April, requested this additional amount from Treasury, and were notified of the award in mid-May. We have meetings every other week with all of our sub-grantees, Clark County, Nevada Rural, and the Reno Housing Authority to discuss their current supply and demand situations and determine the need for additional funding as we are the conduit for the funding provided to the state. This funding will be advanced to Clark County to allow for uninterrupted continuation of their CHAP program. And with that, we stand ready to answer any questions.
Okay, yes, we have some questions. Assemblyman Howdy is going to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Acroft. I have a couple of questions, and I'll start with my first one. I know that the first round of the emergency rental assistance dollars has to be expended in the next 3 months. Do you think we'll fully expend those dollars?
Steve Acroft for the record. Thank you for the question. Yes, we have currently, looks like available in ERA 1, we have roughly about 12 million still to spend in ERA 1. And so going back to what we've discussed, what I indicated previously, our weekly communications or biweekly communications with our subgrantees, we anticipate that money going out the door by September 30th.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was regarding the ERA $2. I know that before you can come and ask for the remaining balance, you have to obligate at least 79% of the $29.6 million. When do you expect to have that obligated by so that you can come back and request the remainder of the money?
Yeah, Steve Acroft for the record, you're correct. 75% of this tranche needs to be allocated prior to our request of the next one. Again, we will continue to work with Clark County because they are under the same rules, if you will. So we want to make sure we have that balance and that back and forth to make sure that they're going to qualify and they spend down their 75% and we spend down our 75% of the second tranches. So that's currently where we're at. I don't really have a crystal ball to tell you exactly when that will occur, other than we continue to work and we'll ensure that whatever dates that Treasury puts forth that we have to spend any of this funding by, that we will meet those requirements.
Okay, perfect. So it does sound like we'll be able to expend all the dollars before their deadlines for both ERA 1 and ERA 2.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee members, does anyone else have any questions while we wait for our chair to come back?
Madam Substitute Chair.
Vice Chair, yes. Vice Chair Carlton?
Thank you. Thank you. I do have a quick one. A number of folks are working on these different projects, and in interest of full disclosure, the nonprofit that I'm the executive director of does work with the county hand in hand to help implement this program. One of the concerns that we've had, Mr. Acroft, is it's kind of hard to figure out what the real guidance is because it's sort of all over the place. And we know last time it kept changing on us a little bit, so everyone was a little apprehensive. We want to help the clients and constituents as much as we possibly can, but we also want to make sure that we're doing it appropriately. Is there like one place where folks can go to see what can be covered and sometimes I have folks call, they don't know if they can request it or not. So I'd like to be able to refer them somewhere to say, if this happens to you, then you can request this. If not, you don't want to tell constituents to go read federal guidance, right? So that would not go over well. But being able to give them a basic rundown of who can actually apply would be very helpful. Is there one central place we can find that?
Steve Acroft for the record. Well, to answer your question, unfortunately, really you have to go to the federal guidance to really get that. And to your point, I would pretty much not recommend that. I think the best thing that we can do, and I will bring your concern forward to Clark County and see if they are already providing it. If they're not, then we need to see if we can create that for this process. and publicize it. So I will take that input under consideration and see if we can advance it that way.
Thank you very much. It would be great for the constituents to say, should I even make the phone call? And it would be great for those that are trying to help them navigate it, to make sure that we give them the correct information. Thank you very much.
Okay. I thought I saw a hand from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Did you have a question? No. Oh, no. Okay. Other questions? Not seeing any or hearing anyone speaking up. If so, then Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve item I-59.
We have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdigi, and we have a second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye or raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay. The motion carries. Let's go then to okay. We're now going to items number 71 to 73, 74 to 77, and numbers 98. Department of Health and Human Services. And I know we have the Deputy Administrator Phil Burrell here, as well as many others that can answer questions on these. So I don't know. I believe you're on Zoom. Okay, there you go. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Phil Burrell, Deputy Administrator for the Division for Healthcare Financing and Policy, for the record. Today in front of you, we're here to present the division here, as well as DUIS, our sister agency, are here to present 8 work programs, all tied to home and community-based services, initiatives that we've brought before you in the previous 2 IFCs, February as well as April. This will make, I believe, the next 8. Previously, I think we've now brought forward about 30 to 35 work programs related to home and community-based services. These work programs will help strengthen and enhance the services available to the Nevadans and help them stay within their homes and communities where appropriate. This specific set of work programs, as presented previously, are tied to Section 9817 of the American Rescue Plan Act that allows that temporary 10% increase in the federal medical assistance percentage, or FMAP, for Medicaid-specific home and community-based services through April 1st of 2021 through March 31st of 2022. That additional FMAP allows us to bring in additional funds for direct home and community-based services, including things like home health care, personal care services, behavioral health, rehab, and other similar services. No state general funds are being requested for the 8 work programs here tied to home and community-based services spending plan initiative. With that, I will pause to see if there's any specific questions on any of our work programs.
Okay, let's see. I think I have. Let me see where we're at. We're on page. Assemblyman C.H. Miller, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. My question is actually related to the drug, alcohol, and gambling counselor provider type system enhancement. Are you able to confirm that there are no additional expenditures anticipated by the division as a result of the new provider type?
Good afternoon, Phil Burrell, Deputy Administrator. Yes, sir. Those expenditures are actually quantified in the PT 215 provider type right now. This system enhancement will allow us to separate that out so that we can better monitor, track the utilization associated with those PTs, with that PT specific within PT 215.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Someone Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my first question is going to be on the aged, blind, and disabled needs assessment. I know we've had numerous conversations about this over the last decade, and I know there's been lots of different studies that have been done, and most of them have been aimed at moving these particular patients off of the fee-for-service into an HMO type regime. So I was just wondering if that's what this particular item is aimed at, because we've always had concerns about making sure these folks have the resources that they need, and putting them with the challenges that they have, putting them into an HMO might not be the best fit for them. So I was just wondering if that was the ultimate goal behind this particular item.
Good morning, Ellen Criselius for the record. This study really is to gather information. I know in the past we've done studies related to putting these folks into managed care, studies focused on that. But really what we're trying to do is step back and look at the bigger picture. What is the best approach for these folks? We're wanting to have the vendor do stakeholder outreach. Let's talk to these recipients, talk to their caregivers, their providers of services, and understand in a broader way what's the best way to approach caring for these folks. I mean, we're not ruling out managed care being considered, but we really want to take a broader approach. We want the vendor to also look at PACE programs, come up with some specific recommendations for Nevada related to that. Also look at value-based payment programs where we can create those incentives to get the best care and most appropriate care for these folks. So it's definitely not a study that's focused on let's move these folks into managed care. It's a broader approach.
And thank you very much. I appreciate that. One of the last ones, the mission was to come up with information to justify moving them. And then I'll be quite honest with you, our email and phones just blew up. Folks were very concerned that they were going to lose the doctor that understood their conditions that they've had for the last 20 years, who really knew what they were going through. So I appreciate that answer. And if that's part of the conversation in the future, that's great. But I just didn't want to see us do another one when we just did one in 15 to do that. My only, the last question that I would have was, given on the home care worker payments, with only about 54% of the providers requesting this payment for their employees, what can we do to get more providers involved? This money goes to Nevada families. These are very hardworking people, these home health care workers. And just because the provider decides not to apply, we're actually penalizing the employee. So what can we do to get that employer to apply so that we can get this money to these hardworking folks?
So this is Phil Burrell, Deputy Administrator. I think definitely taking and working with the wage board that we've been continuing to work with, that's been established by DPBH, has been extremely helpful. We've taken a lot of their feedback and guidance, and definitely listening to a lot of the meetings to better understand some of the issues and activities. One of the things we did recognize during the process of the $500 payments when we had opened that up earlier in the state fiscal year and began the process was we did hear some challenges, concerns with the $500 payment program as a voluntary approach. We know that we don't have full authority to just be able to, and ability to get funds directly to the care workers. So we use this attestation method to try to get the funds directly to the direct care workers through the agencies. As you said, we have not had 100% participation. Our goal in our next step is to actually do some additional outreach. We've done a couple of stages that we put on our American Rescue Plan website within the dhcfp.nv.gov website to thank the providers and the agencies that have participated, continue encouraging outreach and engagement. But one of the things we're going to plan moving forward with doing is actually reaching out directly, again, to some of the agencies that had not already participated to see if there's anything additional we could have done or be helpful in getting them to participate or engage into it. One of the recommendations from the wage board was to try to, mandate that effort, but not having that authority, we do have the ability to encourage and just continue to do the outreach efforts. So we're going to work internally with our programs and operational teams to directly engage those agencies to see if we can get them to participate in the program.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just one quick follow-up. Do you think it was the application process itself that was confusing? If we had a case manager hold an employer by the hand and walk them through the process, do you think we would be more successful?
For the record, Phil Burrow, Deputy Administrator. I'm not sure if it was the application process itself. We definitely try to make our teams more than available. We created a website and an inbox specifically for questions and outreach, and staff and teams went individually through the emails, reached out to the agencies, reached out to the responses we got in the inbox to provide assistance and technical support in any way possible, and just to be resourceful. We continue to take applications post the period date of the application period. But we're definitely welcome to other ideas and suggestions that can help us expand that outreach or engagement.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that in the future, if we can't get the providers to do this, that with rental assistance, we've figured out how to help the constituents directly. Hopefully we can come up with a plan to help the individual workers if their employer will not step up and help them get this supplemental payment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I appreciate the questions. And I think you answered the question I was going to ask is, as we move forward, are you talking to them to find out, what is the issue? What is truly the issue of why they're not doing it? And so because if it's because they still want to do it, I agree with the Vice Chair that, maybe we need to figure out a way to get it directly to the people that need it if the employers don't want to do that. But so I think you've got a good plan to move forward. And be interested to hear, what you find out as you go forward with that. Okay. Any other questions on this item? I'm going to look to see. Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions or hearing anything. So Movement Howdigi.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve items I-71 through 73, I-74 through 77, and I-98.
Okay, you've heard the motion. We have a motion from Senator Assemblywoman Howdigi, and second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand. Okay, any opposed? Raise your hand or say nay. Okay, motion is unanimous and the motion passes. Okay. We are at a point now where I think we can take a lunch break. So we're going to take a break and start right at 1 o'clock. So we will be on a recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, and there is lunch for those of you that like in Maggie Carlton's conference room. If you'd like to go. Speaker Pro Tem is providing lunch, so if you'd like some, just go down one floor over here in the corner. And that's for everybody. And staff too, everybody. Well, there's probably everybody. Okay, we are back from recess. We are going on to item, let's see on the agenda, item J, the statement of contingency account. Mr. Thornley, would you go over that for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Wayne Thorley, LCB Fiscal. I will be going over the statement of contingency account balance, which can be found in your meeting packets, volume 4, page 7, under tab J. Prior to any actions of the committee today, there is $28.6 million in the IFC contingency account. That is made up of $18.5 million in the unrestricted portion of the account, unrestricted general fund, $1.6 million in the unrestricted highway fund, and then $8.5 million in the restricted general and highway fund portion of the account. Before the committee today, there are a number of requests for allocation from the IFC contingency account. Altogether, they total $6.6 million. That is made up of $6.2 million from requests from the unrestricted general fund account and $387,000 from the restricted general fund portion. If all the items before the committee today, all the requests for allocations from the contingency account are approved, there will be approximately $22 million remaining in the contingency account. On pages 8 and 9 of volume 4 of your meeting packet are the details of the various bills that allocated funding to the restricted portion of the contingency account, and happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair, that any committee members might have.
Any questions on this item? Not hearing any. Let me see online. Anybody? Nope. Okay. Everybody's got this in front of them so they can see all the information that you just said. So, okay. No action item on this one. So we will then now move to item number K, request for allocation from the IFC contingency account, pursuant to NRS 353-268. We've got the Department of Health and Human Services, State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Department of Indigent Defense Services. So we're going to start with K1. Oh, I'm sorry. K1. Sorry, yeah, that's right. Let me have that. We have item K1 that was withdrawn. So that's, and so we'll go to item number K2, State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And we have Micheline Fairbank is the Deputy Administrator.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much. So this particular work program seeks an allocation of IFC funding to help support the repairs to the toe of the South Fork Dam. So in the prior legislative session, we put forth a proposal and received funding to go ahead and do construction and repair at leakage at the toe of the dam. Those estimates were based upon 2020 cost estimates. Certainly, as everyone can appreciate, those costs have significantly increased this last fiscal year. And so we're undergoing construction and work at this particular point in time. But we do need additional funding to go ahead and get us through trying to get additional work completed for the particular project at this time. And we're happy to go ahead and take any questions.
All right, questions? I believe we have Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just speak really briefly on if you foresee any additional costs for the repair and safe operation of the South Fork Dam coming up during fiscal year 23? And if so, how you plan to address those?
So at this time, this funding will get us through the particular project that we're working through right now, but we do anticipate that there's likely going to be additional change orders. And the funding that we do have isn't for completion of the totality of the project that was originally bid. There's going to be some additional funding likely requested to get us to complete some of the other components of the project. But what we're trying to get completed at this point in time are the essential elements for relief wells and other construction at the toe of the dam. The likelihood is that we're going to go ahead and have to come back to IFC again, requesting additional contingency funding once we get additional change orders and the increased costs are known for that future work and completion to the dam. This is a significant public safety hazard for the state of Nevada. The dam supports the South Fork Reservoir, which is a significant economic driver for Elko County, as well as one of the most visited Nevada state parks. If there was a failure of the dam, that would implicate about 80 miles of Interstate 80, as well as about 80 miles of the the Pacific Rail Line. And so that has public safety concerns because that inundation would also reach the city of Carlin. So we've been working diligently to try to get the repairs completed in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, just due to unforeseen cost increases, we're having to go ahead and cover these additional costs, and we don't know the full extent of those additional costs moving forward. But we don't anticipate that the funding we have is going to be sufficient to get us over the finish line.
Okay. So do we think with the repairs, when they're ultimately done, is that going to buy us many more years? Is that?
Micheline Fairbank for the record. It will buy us many more years with regards to the seepage at the toe of the dam. The dam is an old structure and it has ongoing repair and maintenance needs. And so we do anticipate the coming legislative session, we will be asking for additional funding to attend to other required maintenance items for the dam. Owning and operating and maintaining a dam is not for the faint of heart. It is financially significant. And so we do our best with this very small agency to try to anticipate the cost as best as possible. But it will have ongoing repairs and ongoing maintenance needs, and those will be articulated in our coming budget requests.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Senator Gokachu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the time frame you've got in place then to, expend this money? And you're talking about coming back to the next session. We're kind of in a dry year. I know that we've got some water backed up in South Fork, but let's hope we get it kind of patched up before we do get a wet year and some water in there. Right now, you can wade the river at Carlin. So I'm just curious, what's your time frame as far as when you anticipate having this? I mean, it looks like it's going to be, around $4 million project completed.
Excuse me, Micheline Fairbank again for the record. To complete the repairs that we're undertaking right now to repair the seepage at the toe of the dam, that will be completed this construction season. We have our contractor and consultant out on site presently, and they're doing work. So the aim is to have that completed before the winter, before the next water year commences. But ongoing needs are going to be continual for this particular structure.
But what you're dealing with is the toe of the dam. We were actually getting some leakage there, and it was actually, showing dirt coming out of the South Fork. It was washing dirt with it. So, okay, thank you. You will have it done by fall. We want to make sure it plugs the gap. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other questions? I don't see any. Assemblyman Howdegi.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve item K2A.
All right, we have a motion from Assemblyman Howdegi, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Or you can raise your hand. Any opposed, say nay. The motion carries. And before we let you, I know you have another item, so I'm just going to move your item up. We're going to go now to item Q1B. That way we won't have to make you hang out and come and listen to the rest of it. So that one is the Division of Water Resources request for approval to accept U.S. Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management grant funding of $200,000 to fund the Flood Hazard Management Program.
Thank you, Ms. Fairbank, for the record. I'm actually going to refer this particular agenda item to Bunny Bishop, who is the chief of our Water Planning and Drought Resiliency Program section, which also incorporates our flood management program. So I'm going to refer this to Bunny.
Okay.
Hey, Bunny Bishop, for the record, Nevada Division of Water Resources. This is a request to accept a federal grant from FEMA to support the Cooperating Technical Partners program that we're participating in. And what this does is it supports the risk map program activities in Nevada. And that is around providing technical assistance to communities for mitigation activities, for updating mapping in communities if it's needed, and also promoting public awareness and outreach activities for floodplain management.
Okay. Any questions? All right. So, Assemblywoman Howdke.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve item 2B. I'm sorry, K2B.
No, Q. This is a Q. Q1B.
Q1B.
Right.
Q1B.
We have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdke, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Raise your hand. Any against? Nay. Don't see any. Motion's unanimous. Motion carries. All right. So now we're going to go back to item K, and we're going to go to K2B, Division of Forestry. It's a request for an allocation of $5,935,293 to cover costs associated with emergency response expenses within the fire suppression account. And we have, I believe, Ryan Shane here to present.
Good afternoon, and committee members. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm Ryan Shane, for the record, Deputy Administrator with the Division of Forestry. As stated, here to request just under $6 million from the IFC Contingency Fund to pay for bills on hand from fiscal year 22 wildfires that are, owed to partnering agencies and vendors that provided suppression response support to wildfires during that period of time. If I may share some prepared comments for the committee.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So typically we just talk about the fire year in review, the looking forward of the fire year coming, and a bit about our billing process. So to go ahead with a year in review, Nevada in fiscal year 22 experienced just over 610 wildfires, burning just over 134,000 acres. This is a lesser amount than our 10-year average, which tends to be about 500,000 acres per year. This is largely due to drought conditions limiting fuel continuity, as well as humble acknowledgement of our highly effective wildfire response agencies within the state. NDF and our Wildland Fire Protection Program participants responded to 147 wildfires across 13 states, including right here in Nevada, of course, within fiscal year 22. And we still are operating in about 5 different states as we speak now, as those states contend with some record fire years that are occurring. Notable fires in Nevada in the last season included the Tamarack Fire, which extended from the Sierra Front in California down to Douglas County, where several communities were threatened, a rural 20,000 acre fire in southern Nevada. And of course, those threatening Nevada on the border, including the Caldor fire threatening the Lake Tahoe Basin, and the Dixie Fire, one of California's biggest fires in their history, burning near communities in Washoe County. Looking forward to the fire year this year, which includes portions of obviously fiscal year 22 and then 23, we're still deep in a multi-year drought, which is extended from 2020. Our fuel conditions are similar to last year, maybe slightly more risk of fire in our lower elevations than last year, but still not highly risky compared to some years that have wetter conditions in the valley bottoms. This year, we do anticipate high threat of fire and occurrence in higher elevations, and we're presently suppressing a 3,000 acre wildland fire in White Pine County occurring in pinyon juniper woodlands. So any of these heavily forested or woodland environments are at extreme threat of fire due to the dry nature of the fuels, due to drought conditions, as well as the amount of fuels that exist in those vegetation communities. So this year's outlook is going to look quite a bit similar to those situations that we did experience last year. In terms of how we bill, typically wildfires occurring in state incur costs through response on jurisdictions of our wildland fire protection districts, which are local districts, or directly on state land, of which both we incur costs and expend to support those response efforts. And then wildland fires occurring out of state also receive service from the Division of Forestry and our Wildland Fire Protection Program partners, and are reimbursed by those states once those fires are adjudicated. So today we seek these funds this fiscal year in order to alleviate the financial burden that would be borne by fiscal year 23 funds before we've even started into that wildfire season, starting July 1 through the end of the year, which is the heaviest fire-prone season for Nevada. So with that, I'm prepared to take questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions? I was just going to ask real quick, as we've had drought, it seems like every year the fire season gets longer and longer. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Ryan Shane, Deputy Administrator with Division of Forestry. I think that is an accurate assessment. There's been many analyses performed recently, and if my recollection serves me correctly, a lot of the fire seasons that we're experiencing in the West generally, and also in Nevada, are extending anywhere from 10 days longer per year to a full month, depending on the climatic conditions.
So, and the reason I bring that up is as we move forward, I'm sure that whoever is doing budgets is going to take into consideration that we probably got to set aside more money to be able to, fight fires as we move forward, because it seems like it's getting more and more expensive because it's being longer. So, any other questions? Yes, Senator Goicoechea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I might have missed it, but I was just, where are we in the reimbursement? How much money have we got on the books that we feel can be paid out to us for reimbursement from the previous fire years?
Thanks for the question, Senator Goicoechea. For the record, Ryan Shane, Nevada Division of Forestry. Our recent assessment of the out year reimbursables is about $7 million. We don't anticipate that those will arrive, before the end of this fiscal year 22. That's why we're seeking these funds now, but we do anticipate them, at least a portion of them to roll in the next fiscal year. And as you probably know, Senator, we tend to try and balance the amount of reimbursables with the expenditures so that we lessen the burden of impact on the contingency fund. So there's plenty of funds out there. We are in constant contact with our agency partners, mainly Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management, who are crunching those bills and will eventually give us, reimburse us for those funds that we've extended already and suppressing the fires on their particular jurisdictions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other questions? Assemblywoman Howdigy.
I think I got it right this time. I move to approve K2B, Chair.
All right. We have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdigy, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye or raise your hand. Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries. We'll now move to item number K3A. And this is Department of Indigent Defense Services request for an allocation of $8,960 to reimburse Carson City and Humboldt counties for costs associated with case-related expenses for indigent services. And I believe we have Marcy Reba here as the director.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Marcy Reba, and I serve as the Director for the Department of Indigent Defense Services. The request that you have here today in 3A is for reimbursement for Q2 spending for case-related expenses for non-Davis counties. And request 3B is to reimburse Q3 spending for Davis and non-Davis counties. A similar request was approved at the April IFC. As a little bit of background for the members of the committee, in August of 2020, the state entered into a stipulated consent judgment in a case of Davis v. State. In that stipulated consent judgment, the state of Nevada agreed that effective representation shall include, among other things, timely review of discovery, sufficient case investigation in order to determine the relative strengths and weaknesses of the state's case, and retention of qualified experts whenever necessary to provide effective representation. The judgment also bound the Board on Indigent Defense Services to eliminate economic disincentives to effective representation by requiring that contracts for public defense services shall provide a mechanism which does not require judicial approval for expert, investigative, or other litigation supports. The Board on Indigent Defense Services adopted regulations in response to that stipulated consent judgment. The regulations require each county to create a plan for the provision of indigent defense services and submit the plan and the budget for the plan to the board. In addition, the Indigent Defense adopted regulations setting forth the maximum amount that each county will pay for indigent defense services. The maximum contribution formula contained in Section 16 of the regulations provides in part that the maximum contribution for case-related expenses may be $0, so long as the county in its plan for the provision of indigent defense services provides for a process to authorize case-related expenses for indigent defense attorneys that excludes the judiciary. The purpose of this subsection was to comply with the Davis stipulated consent judgment by ensuring that indigent defense providers have access to investigators and experts that are necessary to provide effective representation without going through the judiciary. It should be noted that this legislature in Assembly Bill 480 created law that instead of going through the judiciary for approval of expert and investigator in counties with a population less than 100,000, those attorneys could go through our department or our designee. At the October 6, 2021 board meeting, the board approved the county plans for Elko, Humboldt, Pershing, Douglas, Lincoln, and Nye, and made a motion that we can go and request certain funding as necessary. Other plans were also approved at the November 17, 2021 meeting. So again, this request is for reimbursement of Q2 in subsection 3A and Q3 in subsection 3B, case-related expenses for indigent defense attorneys. And I'll answer any questions.
Okay, and just so for the record, you just talked about item K3A and B. So I only mentioned A when I introduced you. B is the allocation of the 136,268 to reimburse Douglas, Lincoln, Nye, Carson, Elko, Humboldt, Pershing counties for costs associated with case-related expenses for indigent services. Could you also go over any items that you have under M, because they're all related?
Yes, that is also related. Under subsection M, that's a request for allocation from the IFC contingency account. In the last legislative session, the legislature set aside funding to fund the Davis County's maximum contribution formula. So this is in a different portion of our maximum contribution formula, which says that the maximum amount that a county shall pay for indigent defense services is the average of fiscal year 18 and 19 plus inflation. So the request that's set forth in subsection M is to reimburse those counties, Eureka, Lyon, Mineral, and White Pine, who have certified that they've reached their maximum contribution for indigent defense services and are seeking reimbursement of $308,827. And that is from the set aside contingency account of Assembly Bill 494, Section 80.
Okay, thank you. I know we have a few questions. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question, can you talk to us a little bit about how it was determined that the case-related expenditures are excluded from the maximum contribution formula, and then thus sort of form the basis for your request today for the state to pay those directly? How did you come up with that as a means?
Thank you. Through the chair to Senator Cannizzaro. The Department of Indigent Defense Services did not create the maximum contribution formula. The maximum contribution formula was actually created by the Board on Indigent Defense Services. And the maximum contribution formula was created pursuant to NRS 180.320, subsection 3, which allowed the board to adopt regulations to establish a formula for determining the maximum amount that a county may be required to pay for the provision of indigent defense services. In reaching out to LCD Legal, we were guided that the board had broad regulatory authority, taking into consideration subsection 3, as well as subsection 4, that said that the board shall adopt any additional regulations it deems necessary and convenient to carry out the duties of this board. The reason that case-related expenses were called out and said that they may be considered a state expense is because the Davis stipulated consent judgment prioritized and agreed that effective representation required case-related expenses, that's experts and investigators, to be able to be hired separate from the judiciary. Prior to Assembly Bill 480, for attorneys to be able to retain experts and investigators, an ex parte motion would have to be filed with the court to request permission to be able to spend those funds. At the time that the maximum contribution formula was created, the board felt that one way to encourage that separation from the judiciary would be if we encourage counties in their plans for the provision of indigent defense services to create that separation, how you can get those funds approved and allow either a separate budget within their own county that these attorneys could access, or to provide an opposite or a different person than the judiciary to be able to approve it. So these funds, the case-related expenses, are not excluded from the maximum contribution formula. In fact, it's kind of a two-part formula. The first part is the average of fiscal year 18 and 19, which you can see in agenda item M, where we've set the maximum amount that counties need to pay. These case-related expenses, because they set up the separation from the judiciary, may be considered a state expense. And if the state does reimburse them, we are reducing what they've paid for their maximum contribution to show that they've already been reimbursed for this amount, and it will not count towards that subsection 1 of 16 for the maximum contribution.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I understand the separation from the judiciary, but part of the request here is to reimburse counties for case-related expenditures where they have not yet met that maximum contribution rate. And so by doing so, the state is sort of paying any case-related expenditures, despite the fact that those counties have not yet met their max contribution rate. And so while I agree that them being separate makes sense and obviously conforms with the consent decree, I'm not sure, I guess the question was more why we are looking at a request for reimbursement of case-related expenditures when we have certain counties that haven't yet met their max contribution rate, and why that is sort of the policy that's been adopted. I know you keep saying may, but there are case-related expenditures for counties that have met that max expenditure, and expenses for those that haven't, and some counties that have some additional contracts for indigent defense services in their counties. So I think that's more what I was trying to get at with that particular question.
And through the chair to Senator Canizaro, you are exactly right. The counties in subsection K3 have not met their maximum under subsection 1. The basis for this reimbursement and calling or requesting that these be considered a state expense is based upon the state of Nevada's agreement that effective representation needs to have access for their indigent defense attorneys to experts and investigators. Many of the district attorney's office or prosecutors have a budget that's set up for them to be able to fund these. But in our rural counties, there wasn't a budget set aside. It was in the judiciary's budget that the public defender would have to go and ask for these funds. So to create this separate subsection is to show Nevada's prioritization of standing by that stipulated consent judgment, where they did agree that effective representation requires access to experts and investigators, and also allows the elimination of those economic disincentives to allow effective representation by taking out the judiciary mechanism from getting funding for those. So that is why we're requesting reimbursement, to show that expert investigative expenses are a necessary expense for effective representation, and to encourage rural counties in their plans for the provision of indigent defense services to have funding to provide to these attorneys.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have one other question. I think we're not, I understand the reason why we need to have separation. I still don't understand why why we're talking about reimbursing for items when we have counties that haven't, when they could have just set aside something in the budget. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But the other question that's sort of along the same lines that I wanted to ask was, what was the rationale for providing Carson City reimbursement for case-related expenses, given that the indigent defense services in Carson City are already provided through the state public defender's office and partially funded with general funds?
Thank you. Through the chair to Senator Canizaro. To answer that question, I think we need to realize that indigent defense services are more than just a public defender's office. So these cases that are being spent aren't necessarily the state public defender. It can be any indigent defense provider. As a follow-up to that as well, the state public defender does not have a budget for experts within their department budget. In order to obtain funding for experts and investigators, the state public defender has been historically required to go before the judiciary to ask for permission for these funds. This is different than most other department budgets, and going forward, we do hope to build those expert expenses into the department's budget. However, as for the 25% general fund, the 25% general fund is for representation of cases which are considered to be a state expense. So those are those prison cases under NRS 212.070, which the legislature has said are specifically a state expense. And that's been determined that 25% of the state public defender's time is spent on state expense cases, and 75% of the time is spent on Carson City cases. So the reimbursement that Carson City is requesting here is what Carson City has certified as being an expense spent on all indigent defense services, case-related expenses, whether it be the state public defender that doesn't have their own budget for these, or any other indigent defense provider in the county that's providing indigent defense services.
All right, other questions? Okay, let's see. Am I seeing anybody? Yeah, Senator Gogochia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm just trying to get this clear in my mind. So we're saying the Davis counties, which I'll go back here, are the smaller counties, Eureka, Lyon, Mineral, and White Pine. Now, because they are, in fact, different, they work under a different structure, and so it appears they have met their maximum contribution. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair, to Senator Goycochea Marcy Riva for the record. In Section M, the counties of Eureka, Lyon, Mineral, and White Pine have met or certified that they've met their maximum contribution as set forth in the Administrative Code, Section 16, subsection 1. So remember, there's multi-parts for the maximum contribution formula. The first part is where it's that average of fiscal year 18 and 19 plus inflation is the maximum amount. And when we look at K subsection 3, that's a request for case-related expenses. Again, that's where we've said that case-related expenses for a county, their maximum may be $0, so long as the county and its plan for indigent defense services provides for a process to authorize case-related expenses that excludes the judiciary. So in subsection 3B, there are requests for Davis counties that are included in that request, and those Davis counties that have not met their maximum contribution under subsection 16.1, but have under subsection 16.3 are Douglas, Lincoln, and Nye.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, so we have some options before us on this item. You know, some of this, I think we asked some questions, and I think that there's still some questions out there. But so, you know, one of the options that we have is to just approve the 3 requests. But a couple other opportunities to look at it in a different way, perhaps, is we could either approve all 3 requests for IFC contingency accounts, except for the $40,515 requested to reimburse Carson City, since it currently receives state support through general funds appropriation. And we just heard a response to that one. The other option is to approve item M and defer consideration of reimbursing the Davis counties until each respective county can provide financial reports demonstrating cost in excess of the county's maximum contribution pursuant to Section 80 of AB 494, and defer consideration of reimbursing the non-Davis counties with unrestricted IFC contingency account funds until each respective county can demonstrate it has met its maximum contributions. So we've got some options here. One of the items that's under consideration is that I believe that what happens is that they come for individual requests before they've reached the maximum contribution, and it, rather than wait till it gets to the maximum and then they ask for reimbursement. So I kind of want to get some thoughts on where everybody is on what their thoughts on this. Senator Gogochea.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, just a question. Now, will we be having another IFC in August if we defer these? Because clearly, again, we're going to hit the end of the fiscal year for these local jurisdictions, and I want to make sure that we make a commitment at least by August so they can balance their books, which should be done by September 1.
Yeah, so the answer is yes. We plan on having a meeting in August. So yeah. I understand. We've got to make sure we can
That
finish
could
the
be
year
huge
out.
in some of these small rural counties. Even $40,000 is, in some of them, is a
Yep.
lot of money.
Yep. What else? Other questions or comments? trying to see if anybody online is wanting to ask a question. I don't see anybody raising their hand. So since we do have a little bit of, we do have time, so it's not like we have to decide today, so we could go with the option 3. And that gives them time to come up with, the information and we could still, do it before the end of the fiscal year. So, Senator Canzaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree that I think option 3 that would allow us some additional time to just take a look at some of those financials so we have a better idea of what it is and when we're expecting for the state to kick in dollars and to get a better understanding of where that's coming from. And I think to Senator Gocachia's point, hopefully that won't take a substantial period of time so we can get that done sooner rather than later and make a decision.
Okay, so are you making a motion?
Yeah, you can call that a motion.
Okay. We have a motion from Senator Canzaro, a second from Assemblywoman Howdigi. Any further discussion on the motion? Senator Gokachia.
Yes, I'll definitely support that. I'm confused in my mind because we do have an overlap between Davis and non-Davis counties, and I can't get it clear, so I would appreciate another accounting of it and look forward to seeing it in August. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm going to have Mr. Thornley clarify the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal. So the motion then, as I understand it, is to approve agenda item M and to not approve agenda items K3A and K3B.
I think that's the way I understood it. We just didn't define it that way, but okay. Any further discussion or clarification? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay. All right, the motion passes. Okay, now we'll go to item L on the agenda. Request for allocation from the IFC contingency account pursuant to section 4.3 of Assembly Bill 464 of the 2021 legislative session. And we have Melissa Flatley, Chief Deputy Director.
Good afternoon, Chair. I have some brief talking points, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the request for a transfer from the IFC contingency account authorized in Assembly Bill 464, Section 4.3, where the funds were appropriated to the Interim Finance Committee for the Department of Taxation's costs relating to the issuance of refunds for modified business tax. The bill recognized costs for the department to issue MBT refunds to taxpayers and allocated a sum of $267,500 for the biennium. These costs include maintaining a management analyst position to oversee and facilitate the issuance of the refunds and the associated equipment costs, along with overtime costs for department staff assigned to the refund project. In fiscal year 2023, the Management Analyst 1 will continue to oversee and facilitate the issuance of refunds, coordinate the reprinting of checks as needed, review and approve accounting documents, reconcile information, complete the stale claim process on checks that are not cashed, and collect statistics and provide department management and other stakeholders with status reports. The department requests approval for a transfer of the allocation from the IFC contingency account in the amount of $78,181 for fiscal year 2023. If there's interest, I can provide an update on the status of the refund process and then explain why the position will continue to be needed in fiscal year 2023.
Yes, please do.
All right. So we first appeared before this committee in August of 2021 to request funding for this management analyst position. At that time, we indicated that the number of taxpayers affected by the court decision is 37,113. The total cost of the refunded amount was estimated to be $80.3 million in taxes and interest due to those taxpayers. At that time, we provided the details of the refund plan, and we followed through with that plan. To date, all MBT accounts have been validated and credit interest applied. There will be no more refunds through Wells Fargo processed as the remaining accounts required updates and/or other cleanup. At the beginning of the process, the department had estimated that $80.3 million, which included the interest, would need to be refunded. In fiscal year 21, the department refunded $30,606,897.28 to 22,621 taxpayers. In fiscal year 22, we refunded $34,259,562.36 to an additional 5,225 taxpayers. And we project to refund an additional $972,722.13 to 157 taxpayers within the next few weeks. We do not anticipate issuing any additional checks in fiscal year 23 for the MBT refund, with the exception of requests initiated by the taxpayer for credits on account through the department's normal refund process. The department has currently refunded and projects to refund by the end of fiscal year 22, and we had a little bit of a delay because of some staffing demands, a total of $65,839,181.77. The remaining $14.5 million estimated to be refunded has not been refunded to taxpayers due to the accounts being out of compliance, or the amount has been placed as a credit on the taxpayer account due to out-of-date taxpayer contact information. In some instances, if an account had an existing tax liability, the credit was applied to that liability pursuant to Nevada law. If an account has a credit and the taxpayer brings its account into compliance, the taxpayer may request a refund be issued for the amount of the credit through our normal refund processes. The department continues to work on cleanup of penalty and interest, corrections, and application of commerce tax credits. However, that is not part of the actual judgment that came from the court. Once the accounts are reconciled, taxpayers may use any available credit or request a refund under our normal procedures. Again, the current position is needed to continue processing of those MBT refunds, including the reissuances, the projected refunds coming in 23, requests for refunds, and stale dated and outstanding checks that need to be completed. The management analyst and the team are working to issue 157 refunds totaling $972,722.13 that were not issued by Wells Fargo. The management analyst will also continue to work on the outstanding stale checks to see if they can be reissued. 90 checks totaling $1,429,426 just became stale on June 13th to be added to the 6,349 outstanding stale checks that we currently have, totaling $10,402,015.81. The management analyst continuously works on these checks to see if they can be reissued. That includes calling the taxpayer, tracking down information to get a good mailing address. Any that are not reissued will go to unclaimed property on June 30th, 2023. Again, the department requests approval for a transfer of the allocation from the IFC in the amount of $78,181 for fiscal year 2023 to continue funding for this position. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, I think you answered a lot of our questions. Senator Neal, you were going to ask a question on this item. Did that answer your question?
I think, Chair, she answered majority of it. The only thing that I would probably ask is how, if you could put a projection out there on how long this process will continue until you guys have completed all of the refunds. Like, what would you say that projection is? I see all of the diligence and the extra level of work and intention that you guys are doing. But when would you say would be the end date here?
I'm Melissa Flatley for the record. And thank you, Senator. The staff has been working very hard to complete this. But after talking with them last week, we anticipate we would have a better idea in September of how long it will take to fully complete the refund process. One of the issues is having to reconcile the commerce tax credit that goes against the MBT, or I'm sorry, the other way, the commerce tax credit that goes against the MBT payments, and making that additional step and fixing all of those, accounting for all of those changes. So that'll take some additional time as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for adding in that MBT, the commerce tax deduction, because that plays a significant role.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I can't see if anybody on there. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Let's see, this is... All right, so Assemblywoman Howdeggy.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve item L.
We have a motion to approve item L. Second, Senator Cannizzaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Raise your hand. Any opposed? Say nay. Okay, motion carries. We will now, let's see, we already did M, so we're going to move to item number, we're going N. N as in Nancy, request for transfer from the grant matching account pursuant to section 1.5 of Assembly Bill 489, 2019 legislative session, as amended by section 29.3 of Assembly Bill 445 from the 2021 legislative session. And we have Kristen Stout, Administrator, here to present.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. Good afternoon. For the record, Kristen Stout, the Administrator of the Office of Grant Procurement, Coordination, and Management. This afternoon, our department is requesting approval from the Interim Finance Committee to receive authorization to transfer $391,875 from the grant matching account to Western Nevada College, contingent on the college's successful award of the fiscal year 22-23 pollution prevention grant program under the Environmental Protection Agency. They submitted their application to the grant matching program. It has passed both the technical application review and also a grant application review, and is our recommendation to approve the transfer of these funds. And I'm available for any questions.
Let's see, this is item N. Any questions? Okay, not seeing any. Assemblywoman Howdeggy.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve item N.
We have a motion to approve item N from Assemblywoman Howdeggy, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye, or raise your hand. Any opposed say nay. Okay, I don't hear any. Motion carries. We will now go to item number O, Department of Business and Industry, Housing Division. This is an informational only item to give us a status report on the Home Means Nevada Initiative for Affordable Housing as requested during the April 7th, 2022 meeting of the Interim Finance. And I believe Terry Reynolds is here, the Director of B&I. And if not Terry, it's somebody, it's maybe Steve Acroft, the Housing Division Administrator. Oh, yep, it is.
Yeah, thank you, members of the committee. For the record, Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. As the report provided to you was drafted on May 18th, I can provide you a verbal update to complement what you have in your possession. All the pre-applications submitted to the Home Means Nevada initiative have been scored. We received a total of 234 pre-applications, 16 of which were deemed ineligible or did not provide enough information. That represents 7% of that total. In the scoring of the pre-applications, 30 points out of 40 points were needed to advance to the application stage. 38 pre-applications did not meet the scoring threshold of 30 points. That represents 16% of the submitted pre-applications. However, that does leave 180 pre-applications which will be advanced to the application process. That represents 77% of all the pre-applications submitted. By our estimates, we would still have roughly 2.5 billion in requests from those 180 pre-applications. All pre-applicants who exceeded the 30-point threshold have been notified that at least one of their projects has been approved for the application process. And in the application process, the new development and preservation application is being developed and will be provided to qualified pre-applicants shortly. The home ownership and rehabilitation application is also in development. Lastly, I do want to emphasize that we have engaged in regular conversations with Clark County and the use of their community housing fund, which there are some parallel projects in both of those programs to coordinate to the best of our efforts. So with that, we stand ready to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Yeah, as I mentioned before, it's just informational. So, but are there any questions? Okay, so we will then, thank you very much. We will go on to item number P1. I believe we're going to do. We'll go on to item number P1, which is request to modify scope of CIP project 17-M18 to upgrade wastewater treatment facilities, wells conservation camp, and to increase the authority to receive and expend additional funding of $100,000 to address project shortfalls pursuant to NRS 341.145.1F, and to transfer in identified savings from CIP project 17-M04, water supply nitrate treatment Humboldt Conservation Camp, to fund the shortfall for the CIP project 17-M18 pursuant to section 34 of the Senate Bill 546 of the 2017 legislative session. And I believe we have Deputy Administrator Kent Lefevre.
Yes, Kent Lefevre for the record, Interim Administrator at Public Works. And as you read the title, that is the scope of the project. This particular project was funded in the 2017 CIP, and it's one of the last few projects in that batch of work. And it's run into quite a few challenges over the lifetime of its project, and we're asking for a little help to get to the finish line. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Have any questions? Let's see. We do. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, I believe you have a question on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity for the question. It's really simple. If this request is approved today, will the revised authority be enough to complete the CIP project for 17-M18?
Thank you for the question, Lefevre, Interim Administrator for the record. And the short answer is yes. We're confident that we can complete this project with this transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said what I needed to hear.
Great. Thank you very much. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I just had a quick question. since it's been taking so long from 2017 to 2021, were there any negative outcomes or outbreaks related to the water not being in the best condition that it could have been in? I was reading about the extra nitrogen removal and other items that would definitely affect the water quality.
Kent LaFever, Interim Administrator for Public Works. The nitrate situation that you're referring to is the donor project 17M04 for the Humboldt camp. And I'm happy to report that that project was completed roughly around December of last year. And we're starting to see nitrate levels get back to where they belong. There is some residual testing that continues and will wrap up here in about another week. But for the Wells Camp project, it's not really about the safety of the drinking water. It's more of the wastewater side of the system.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
All right, other questions on this item? Okay, Assemblyman Howdicky.
Thank you, Chair. Move to approve item P1.
We have a motion from Assemblyman Howdicky, a second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye or raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Say nay. Okay, motion passes. We'll go now to item number P2, agenda item P2, which is a request to accept and expend $1,588,436 in Federal American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds transferred from COVID-19 Relief Program account for CIP Project 19-C16, renovation of collection storage building 19 Stewart Campus for the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs pursuant to NRS 341.121, and to modify the project scope to complete the seismic strengthening to the unreinforced masonry structure, a complete interior renovation, and the installation of high-density mobile shelving for the storage of the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center Museum collection pursuant to NRS 341. And also a request to modify the scope of CIP Project 19-S06 State Building Official Program to increase the project authority to expend an additional $1,696,462 in agency funds to complete additional building permits for state agencies pursuant to NRS 341.145-1F. I think we have the same presenter this time.
Yes, Kent LaFever, Interim Administrator for Public Works. The 19C16 project, which is to increase or receive and expend an additional 1.5 million, for the renovations of the collection and storage building at Stewart. This project was a subject to the sweep of SB1 a couple of years ago now, and wherein about 90% of the funding from that project, was removed for SB1. And then the project came back to life when we received a request from the governor's office to add ARPA funding to this project. And so we've had a chance to review the project, and the request before you is the result of that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we do have some questions. I believe Assemblyman Yeager has a couple questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is this: the ARPA funds essentially expire December 31, 2024. So I'm just curious if there are additional construction delays or supply chain disruptions that delay this project. Is there a contingency plan for how to fund the project costs if those things happen?
Kent Lefevre, Interim Administrator at Public Works. Thank you for the question. Our goal is to start immediately on that project. It's got to be designed first and then implemented, but we're confident that we can have it done by the sunset date of December 2024.
Does that answer that?
Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
this is Shauna Tilley, team lead, ARPA team lead, the Governor's Finance Office. I just wanted to clarify that actually the funds, the ARPA funds, need to be committed or obligated by December 31st, 2024, but we do have till December 31st, 2026 to execute. So there is a little bit of breathing room there.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful. And so the next question I think really is probably for the Governor's Office of Finance. And so I'm just curious, we heard obviously that the money that was allocated for this project originally was mostly clawed back in SB1 of the special session, but then this project was selected to have that prior funding restored using the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. And so I just wondered if I could hear a little bit about why this specific project was selected to have that funding restored using the federal funds.
Thank you again, Shauna Tilley, for the record. This project, again, was one that had already been approved, and the funding had simply been decreased or removed from the project. So it was at a farther forward stage than some of the other projects that we have seen, and will give the Cultural Center Museum an opportunity to have safe storage for their growing collection of artifacts and goods.
Okay, other questions? I think I thought it's Assemblyman Marzola. Did you have a question on this one?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Are there any other CIP projects being considered for funding with the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds? And if so, what are they?
Again, Shauna Tilley for the record, Governor's Finance Office. Actually, there are a lot of projects that have been put forward. We had vastly more projects requested by state agencies than we have funding to fund them. And we are considering all of them, I guess you would say fairly. I really couldn't tell you more specifically than that at this point. We're in various stages of review, I think, of most of the projects, but I think the current wave of funding that we have, that was the $100 million that was set aside for state agency projects, has been pretty much fully allocated. So I don't think there are any projects that are moving forward at this time that haven't already been notified that they're moving forward. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
So just a clarification. So I think the question had to do with CIP projects. Can you address that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Chantilly for the record. I think we, certainly I, in our office, view CIP project requests the same as any of the other agency requests. They are just a request for an allocation of ARPA fiscal recovery funds. So I think we're considering them fairly equally.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I don't see any. Assemblyman Howdigi. Oh, yes. You mean approve it? I have to do that. I haven't presented because you. Okay. Okay. Let's do this since I already read this. When I opened the item, I opened 2 and 3. So do you want to go ahead and present on 3, and then we'll just vote on both of those together? So I'm sorry, the request, 3 is to modify the scope of CIP Project 19 SOS09 State Building Official Program.
And I would defer to Daniel to comment on SL9, 19 SL9.
Good afternoon, Daniel Marlowe, Administrator for the Admin Services Division, Department of Administration. This request is to transfer authority from the reserve category to the 19S09 expenditure category for building permits and inspections for projects that currently exist. And the funding has already been secured by the agencies.
Okay, thank you. Questions? I don't think we have any additional questions, looks like. So, okay, now, Sullivan Howdigi, you're going to make a motion if you could include item 3 as well.
Yes. Yes, Chair, absolutely. I move to approve items P2 and P3.
We have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdigi and a second from Senator Canizaro. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. We will now move on to, let's see, we're on item Q. We already did the second one, but we still have the first one. So item Q1A, Division of State Parks request for approval to accept U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration grant funding of $1,249,313 for the Recreational Trails Program to fund the creation and maintenance of recreational trails and supporting amenities throughout Nevada. And I think we have Janice Kyler, Deputy Administrator.
Hi, this is Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for Nevada State Parks, and this is just our annual apportionment that we receive from the Federal Highway Administration for the Recreational Trails Program that we administer through state parks, and we provide subgrants to the local jurisdictions. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, not seeing any. Assemblywoman Howdigi. We're on Q1A. Q1A.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve item Q1A.
Okay, we have a motion from Assemblywoman Howdigi, second from Senator Canizaro. Further discussion on the motion. All in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. We'll go now to item Q2, the Department of Wildlife request for approval to accept the donation from the Nevada Mule Deer Foundation in the amount of $40,000 for the Murdoch Mountain Pinyon Juniper Removal Project. And we have Tony Wasley, Director.
That's a correction. It'll be Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator for Department of Wildlife.
Okay, perfect. When you're ready, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So pursuant to NRS 353-335, we're just asking for the approval to accept the donation of $40,000 from the Mule Deer Foundation for the Murdoch Mountain Pinyon Juniper thinning. This is a project that'll be implemented to improve mule deer habitat. It's in conjunction with many partners, private landowners, BLM, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and it'll be used. This money will actually be matched to our W48 game management grant to increase the available funds. If there are any more specific questions, I can answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? I don't see anyone. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Move to approve item Q2.
A motion from Howdigi, second from Senator Canizaro. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye, or raise your hand. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. Okay. We are now going to item R, request for approvals of expenditures from the account for maintenance of state parks pursuant to NRS 407.07624B, State Department of Conservation Natural Resources, Division of State Parks. The first request is for approval to spend $38,000 for the replacement of the entrance gates to Sand Harbor State Park. And the second request is for approval to spend $283,000 for replacement of the existing walkway and to construct a new walkway at Sand Harbor State Park. And I believe the same person, that Janice Keeler is going to do those. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. For the record, Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator for Nevada State Parks. The first item for $38,000 to replace the entrance gates at Sand Harbor State Park. That is for the south gates. That is currently an automatic solar gate that is damaged and needs to be replaced. So this would just pay for the replacement of that gate. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that one before I move on to B, or to number 2.
Any questions on the replacement of the solar powered gate or whatever it is? Yeah, Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a quick question. Actually, it's on both of the items. Certainly supportive, but just wondered what the time frame was to get the gate replaced and the new walkway that you're going to discuss in the next item.
Yeah, Janice Keeler, Deputy Administrator from Nevada State Parks, for the record. We are hoping to get the gate replaced this summer and then the walkway hopefully by fall. The walkway is a little more, is going to be a little more labor intensive, and there may be some issues with getting enough lumber to complete the work. So that also depends on our availability of materials, but we're hoping for the fall.
Thank you. Any other questions on that first item? I don't think so. Go ahead and you may have already answered most of it, but the second item there, the walkway.
Okay, yeah, on item number 2, the existing walkway, there is a wooden walkway with the concrete posts that are supposed to be buried in sand as the support system. They, due to a lot of the public use, the sand has washed away, so the supports are exposed. And so this project would rehabilitate that walkway, and it goes down to Divers Cove at Sand Harbor, so it's very popular. So it's a safety issue, and we really want to get that addressed as soon as we can.
Does that mean that because the sand is washed away, are you going to go deeper? Is that what the plan is?
Yes, we have our architect and engineer working on a design, and this is their proposal. So if you would like specific details on the design, I can send that to you.
Yeah, I'm okay. I just wanted to make sure that I'm sure whatever you're doing will last longer, so that it won't get, if you go deeper or whatever you're going to do, that it'll be able to withstand whatever happens going into the future, be able to be maintained for a longer period.
Right. We're going to be addressing the erosion issues that have been occurring with our new design.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You kind of jogged my mind on this one. On the walkway, it sounds like it's still being designed, but I wondered if there had been some thought to making that accessible to disabled individuals.
We've actually been asked that question, and we've been looking at options for doing that. And it's there may be some options for getting people down to the beach. Right now, it is not accessible, so we are definitely looking at that as a priority for this project.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. So before us now would be a motion to approve R1 and 2.
So moved, Chair.
All right, we have a motion from Assemblyman Howdigy, second from Senator Cannizzaro. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye or raise your hand. Any opposed say nay. All right, motion carries. We will now move to item number S, informational items. Okay. So we've got, under that we have the Economic Forum report. And who's going to do that? Okay. So we have Mr. Ginden who's going to present that report. I see him there. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Russell Ginden with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. And I'm here today to make the required presentation under this agenda item. And so the Economic Forum, and I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, are familiar with this body, but they are the body that's statutorily required to prepare general fund revenue forecasts on or before December 3rd in even numbered years that are must be used by the governor in developing the executive budget, and then on or before May 1st of the odd numbered years. And this forecast is used by the legislature in developing and approving the legislatively approved general fund budget. So the Economic Forum met on June 9th pursuant to a requirement in NRS 353.228 to hold a meeting on or before June 10th of even numbered years. Additionally, this statutory section requires the forum to present a report of its meeting to the Interim Finance Committee, and thus this agenda item satisfies that statutory requirement. Since the forum members actually served 2-year terms and the terms of the prior members had expired, Governor Sisolak appointed 5 members, with 1 member nominated by the Speaker and 1 nominated by the Senate Majority Leader, so that we actually have an empaneled Economic Forum as required by statute to be able to perform their duties. 3 of the members that were reappointed and will serve as returning members to the forum, and they are Linda Rosenthal, Jennifer Lewis, and Marvin Levitt, with the 2 new members being Michael Crone and Vincent Zahn. The forum members are elected to elect a chair and vice chair from amongst the members, with Linda Rosenthal being elected as the chair and Jennifer Lewis as vice chair at the June 9th meeting. And thus, under the statutory provisions for the requirement to make a presentation to the IFC, Chair Rosenthal directed me as her staff to make the required statutory presentation, as her schedule did not allow her to be here this afternoon to make the presentation herself. This June meeting that's required to be held in the even numbered years, it's actually more of an organizational and informational meeting in nature. There were no revised general fund revenue forecasts that were prepared or presented to the forum at this meeting. Under the informational items, the forum received a presentation from David Schmidt on the state's employment and unemployment numbers as the chief economist at Dieter. Presentations were also made by the fiscal division staff on the legislative actions for the 2021 session that impacted general fund revenues, as well as the impact of the Supreme Court's decision during the 2021 session regarding the modified business tax refunds and the required tax rate reduction, which you heard information on this issue in an earlier agenda item. Additionally, information was presented on how actual fiscal year-to-date collections for FY 2022 for the general fund revenue sources are performing in relation to the Economic Forum's May 2021 forecast as adjusted for legislative actions and court decisions. I will briefly make a brief presentation on the table of information that was provided to the Economic Forum so that this body also has that information and sort of how to read the table of information. Also, the Economic Forum, as I said, this is more of an organizational meeting, so they considered several items and actually took action on them as necessary to facilitate the meetings that they will be holding in October, November, and December later this year. And these are the meetings that they use to approve a general fund revenue forecast for FY23, FY24, and FY25. And this is the forecast, the general fund revenue forecast that is required to be used by the governor in developing the executive budget. That will be submitted to the legislature for consideration during the 2023 session. Finally, there are several sets of charts and tables that present information on the taxable sales and the gaming market statistics. And these tables and charts are actually been an ongoing part of the Economic Forum's information set. And so they have been updated to reflect the latest actual monthly information that's been provided by the Department of Taxation and the Gaming Control Board as appropriate. And these tables and charts were made available at the June 19th meeting, and they are also available in Nellis under the Economic Forum's meeting. And I would suggest, if your schedules permit, that you maybe take a moment to look at some of these charts on the taxable sales and gaming market statistics, as they're actually quite interesting to look at where some of these metrics were pre-pandemic. And then as we went into the sort of March, April, and that middle of 2020 calendar year, during the sort of the heart of the pandemic impact on the economy. And then to see how those metrics have started performing towards the end of calendar year 2020 and here through the first 3 to 5 months of calendar year 2022. Probably if you've been reading in the paper as the Gaming Control Board does the press releases, that we've been sort of continuing to set levels of gaming win that we didn't see pre-Great Recession. And so just when you look at some of these numbers, especially when you look at the taxable sales as they perform across total taxable sales, as they perform across the different 17 counties, it really is quite a unique time in terms of trying to look at some of these numbers and then make sense of them, given the environment that we're still in terms of moving out of this pandemic event. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just share my screen here to bring up the tables. So that, they're available to all of you that are in Nellis, and they would be listed as the last item under the meeting materials section in Nellis under the Interim Finance Committee's meeting. It's the agenda item S.17 - Economic Forum Report. And so let me blow it up here to go full screen and try and blow it up a little. I realize these tables are potentially a little unruly to try and put on a screen and share, but hopefully you can see this, or follow it online by pulling up the document yourselves. But this set of tables are the tables that are updated periodically and especially provided to the Economic Forum. They've also been updated and provided to the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue pursuant to Chair Neal's direction to update these tables and provide them to that committee. So what I want to do is just quickly go through the tables so that each of you sort of knows what you're looking at and how that you can read them as you do have time in your schedules that permits looking at them in a little more detail. So table 1 here that I have on the screen, the yellow block here shows you the FY 2021 actual collections for each of the revenue sources specifically listed there on the left. So I'm just going to use the sales tax for my sort of example to how to look at the tables and read them. So you can see the actual amount of sales tax collections, and this would be from the state 2% rate that is dedicated to the state general fund, was approximately $1.3 billion. And that was actually increased by 9.1% over the actual collections for FY 2020. And you can see that here in the middle yellow column. And then on the right-hand yellow column, you can see that the forum's forecast back in May 2021 for what they projected that FY 21 would grow over the actual for FY 2021 as a forecast compared to actual was only 2.3%. And it actually came in at about 9.1%, which was approximately, the actual collections were approximately $83 million over the forecast for FY 21. So then going to the middle block, the orange block here, this is the FY 2022 forecast as approved by the Economic Forum. And then for any of those revenue sources that required adjustments for legislative actions and or court decisions, those adjustments have been incorporated into the forecast reflected in the orange section here. So again, you have the fiscal year forecast. And then here in the middle column, you have the Economic Forum's forecast when they were forecasting in May 21. So that would have been what they were forecasting for FY 2022 compared to their forecast for FY 21. So they were forecasting a 4.8% growth in FY 2022 over their FY 21 forecast. But because the actual collections for FY 21 for the sales tax came in so much above the forecast, you can see then we can actually decline 1.8% in FY 2022 and still achieve the FY 2022 forecast. That's how you're reading this table. And then the green section is just simply sort of trying to give you an idea of what the share of these revenue sources are for FY 21 and then as an actual, and then for the forecast for FY 2022 as a percent of the total general fund revenue sources. So this is the table that's laying out the FY 21 actual, the FY 2022 forecast, and it's calculating now what we have to grow, given that we now know the actual for FY 21 versus when it was compared to a forecast computation. So at the bottom here, whoops, I apologize, you can see that the forecast or the actual collections for FY 21 were approximately 4.47 billion. That was approximately $226 million over the forecast for FY 2021. And so now the forecast for FY 22 is this approximately $4.426 billion. And so then what's probably the more relevant piece of information in these tables is the portion that actually is showing you how the actual FY 2022 year to date is tracking compared to the forecast year to date. So again, table 2, using the same sort of color schematic, the yellow is showing you the FY 21 information. So this shows you the FY 21 year to date. And so going down here again, using the sales tax, you'll see in parentheses to the right of each tax source, it's telling you the number of months or quarters of actual information that have been reported for each revenue source. So even though we're sitting here towards the end of June, we only know information through March 2022 for the state 2% sales tax, the first 9 months. So you can see year-to-date actual in FY 21, it was actually down 1% to the first 9 months comparing FY 21 to FY 2020. Here for FY 2022 in the orange section, you can see that fiscal year to date through the first 9 months were approximately 25.9% above the FY 21 actual. So we're basically, the actual collections are 26% above what they were through the same time period in FY 21. So then in the green section here, we're actually then calculating what the fiscal year to date forecast is. And here, it's important to note that the Economic Forum actually only forecasts fiscal year totals. They're not forecasting if it's a monthly revenue source by month or if it's a quarterly revenue source by quarter. So then we use a methodology here where we just use the fiscal year growth rate. And you can see that here again, remembering from table 1, it was the minus 1.8%. And we apply that to the actual collections FY 21 year to date to get the FY 2022 year-to-date forecast. So you can see then here in the 2 right-hand columns in the green section, this is the second to the from the right, the difference, dollar difference, actual less forecast. That's telling you based on the methodology that we're using to impute the fiscal year forecast into a fiscal year-to-date forecast to be comparable to the actual fiscal year-to-date collections for FY 2022, that you can see here for the state 2% sales tax, through the first 9 months, we're tracking approximately $261 million above the forecast. And so then I'm not going to go through all the revenue sources here, but the logic and the methodology that I've gone through here as applicable to each of the revenue sources, be it monthly or quarterly, in terms of how to read. What I will point out here, you can see in the first gray row, this is showing you for what we call the major general fund revenue sources. And these are some of the largest general fund revenue sources in the state's general fund. But also they're the ones that the economics specifically makes individual consideration at their meetings versus all the other ones. They direct the Technical Advisory Committee, which is a statutory support body to the forum, to prepare a consensus forecast to then bring forward to the Economic Forum for their consideration and approval. So you can see for these, I'll call them 7 major general fund revenue sources, although you see more than 7 listed, but the modified business tax is actually composed of 3 elements: the non-financial, the financial, and the mining portion. And then the live entertainment is actually composed of 2 pieces: the non-gaming, which is actually administered by the Department of Taxation, and the gaming portion that's administered by the Gaming Control Board. So there's really 7 revenue sources there, with the 3 components for the modified business tax and the 2 components for the live entertainment tax. So you can see these major revenue sources here, again, in the second from the right-hand green column in the gray row for total majors, that we're reporting that through approximately 9 to 11 months of the monthly revenue sources and the 3/4 of the quarterly revenue sources, we're about $690 million above the forecast. So then you can see just there, we break out some of the small, what we call the select non-majors. And these are just some of the larger non-major revenue sources that, again, the Technical Advisory Committee is directed by the forum to produce a forecast. And you can just look through those, but you can see the ones that are listed there separately are approximately $69 million above the forecast year to date. And again, that would be through 9 to 11 months or 3/4 of the quarterly revenue sources. And so then to just sort of wrap this up and summarize it, you can see at the bottom here that the total general fund, after accounting for the tax credits are incorporated in here, that we're reporting that through, again, 9 to 11 months of the monthly revenue sources and the 3/4 of the quarterly revenue sources, that were basically almost $800 million above the forecast fiscal year to date. And so the expectation would be that, given what we're seeing with the gaming numbers, as well as some of the other revenue sources, sales tax, that this number will probably continue to increase. It would be difficult for me to speculate where that number may end up because I appreciated the information that Department of Taxation reported on the MBT refunds, because that's information that we'll be working with Department of Taxation staff as we start preparing the forecast cycle here, sort of firing up in September as we get ready for the October meeting, is to have to take account of those refunds, because we did make adjustments to the forecast for the refunds. And obviously, as you heard, the amount that we took off the sheet for the refunds is not the current actual amount that taxation has reported being refunded. But you also heard the interesting thing about the MBT refund for us as revenue forecasters that will have to be taken into account as staff to the Economic Forum, but also forecasters to the Economic Forum, is that those refunds that have been identified to a taxpayer, but they couldn't get the refund to them, eventually, you heard Ms. Flatley say that they will be turned over to the Treasurer's Office as unclaimed property. Thus, the unclaimed property is a general fund revenue source. So we will have to work through the dynamics of making adjustments to the modified business tax forecast for the actual refunds in relation to the forecast here in FY 2022, as well as the tax rate that's in play. And then what the adjustment will need to be to the unclaimed property tax forecast for these MBT refunds. And then I think just the final piece of information that's worth bringing to the Interim Finance Committee's attention, because it was also brought to the Economic Forum's attention, is part of the effect of the Supreme Court's decision upholding the lower court's decision regarding the modified business tax is remember those rates were originally required to be reduced because of what we call the MBT rate reduction calculation. And it's a requirement that was in the law, and it's now back in the law based on the Supreme Court's decision that requires the Department of Taxation to do compare the actual collections to the forecast. And then if they're a certain amount over, then do a rate reduction. Specifically, those statutory provisions require the Department of Taxation on or before September 30th of this year to look at the actual collections for the modified business tax, the commerce tax, and then the branch bank excise tax is statutorily lumped in there that by law, but it doesn't really play any effect substantially in the rate reduction calculation. But they're required to look at the actual collections, including any applicable tax credits, and compare them to the forecast for those same revenue sources. If the actual collections are more than 4% over the forecast, then taxation is required to do a calculation of how much the tax rates for the modified business tax have to be proportionally reduced such that those lower rates would have generated only 4% more revenue. And so I just wanted that to be part of the information set so that taxation will be doing that calculation based on that calculation. If there is a rate reduction, then the forecasters as well as the economic forum need to prepare the forecasts for FY24 and FY25 on any rate reductions that would be required due to the rate reduction calculation provisions. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the Economic Forum, that was the information that I wanted to present to the IFC regarding the required presentation to this body based on the Economic Forum's June 2022 meeting. And if there are any questions, I can attempt to answer them. And I appreciate your time in consideration of this agenda item.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, is that Senator Hardy? I can't see it, but I can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 4% rate reduction that could take place, if we look at that almost 800 million in all of the general funds, are we close to that 4%? Are we far from it? Or where are we at with that close to or not close at all to 4% rate reduction option?
So that's a very good question. And so I will caution you when you look at the table 2 and you're looking at the 800 million, remember that's all the general fund revenue sources. And so the rate reduction calculation will only take into account the modified business tax that you see sort of there in the middle of the major section of table 2, and then the commerce tax. And so the commerce tax is an annual tax. We will not know what the actual collections for the commerce tax are for FY 2022 until we will start seeing it is not actually due to the Department of Taxation until 45 days after the end of the fiscal year. So that's around August 15th. And so we won't get any actual information for the commerce tax reported for FY 2022 till around the end of August or middle September. So Senator Hardy, it's hard for me to speculate on the commerce tax, but you can go look at the commerce tax and see their total right now, year to date, to the first 3 quarters. It's approximately $8.5 million above forecast, which is only about around 1.5%. But it is quite possible that there could be a rate reduction that occurs, because the modified business tax is being distorted in terms of when we're trying to do this actual versus forecast comparison. Because remember, the 4th quarter of FY21 was when the refunds for FY 2020 and FY 2021, the bulk of them were recorded. And thus, when the actual collections for the 4th quarter of FY 2022 will have no such refund effect in them. So that 4th quarter to 4th quarter comparison for FY22 to FY 2021, the actuals could come in more above the forecast than they're currently tracking. So I guess, Senator Hardy, that's a relatively long-winded way of saying, stay tuned. But given the sales tax and some of the other things that we're seeing show up coming in above forecast, well, remember the commerce tax is a tax that's based on the gross revenue of businesses. Thus, the things that are in the taxable sales would be revenue for businesses that are in retail and wholesale trade, in a sense, as well as some of the other revenue that are in some of these taxes would be driving potentially the commerce tax that we'll see reported for FY 2022. So we will have to wait and see, but looking at the numbers, I think it's statistically possible that the actual collections could come in above 4%, and thus there may be a rate reduction, but I don't have any ability to put what that order of magnitude reduction would be.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, you could tell it's late in the afternoon. All right, thank you very much. We don't have any, it's just an informational. All right, so that's an informational item. And I believe that's our last one. Is that correct? All right, so we are on to the next item, which is, I think, the last item on our agenda, which is public comment. Item number T. So with that, anyone here in Carson City? There's actually no one here in Carson City, except for us. We're here. Anybody in the Las Vegas office wishing to give public comment? I think there's like about 10 people sitting behind that column. Okay, I don't see anybody coming forward. BPS, I guess we have to wait. We have to wait a couple seconds here, but do we have anybody that's queued up at the moment? If not, we'll wait just a second.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd like to give public comment, please press raise hand in your Zoom window or *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been at least 30 seconds, so thank you very much, everyone. We've been able to get a lot done today, and we got done in a timely manner, more than you can ever hope for usually with one of these meetings. So thank you to staff and everyone that put this together. And with that, I believe we don't have any other items except that we are, I think, keep an eye out on your calendar, on your emails for calendar. We might have a meeting in July, at the end of July. And so if you get that request, please respond as quickly as possible, because we need to make sure that we have enough to do a special IFC meeting at that time. And then our next regularly scheduled one will be in August. So with that, thank you for being here. We have no other further items to come before us. We are adjourned.